Do 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 do. Hello? Is there a YouTube stream for this? Player bad. Damn, it seems like they only did the stream on Twitch. Blah. We got 45 minutes. I haven't actually seen like any of these teasers, but my understanding just from my Twitch, or not my Twitch, my Discord is that they're kind of just like real, true, literal teasers, like not really anything. Just like some cool cinematic. So we got this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay, I see you. Let's think about some drops. Whoa, it's rocks. That's Malphite. League of Legends crossover. Rock solid. Dwarfs, maybe?
I've traveled far to learn the origins of my craft. For knowledge is power. I'd risk it all to uncover these ancient truths.
That was a big spider. Do you think this thing up here is like the spider's booty and it's like gonna shoot some webs at him? Or it's like an eye on top of the spider's body and his booty's way back there? I feel like it's a big like eye, like a Sauron eye that shoots like lasers and shit.
I am called from my mountain. We must stop this insanity.
Please, save me.
Okay. The dreamer must wake. Chayula.
The threat looms over us still.
The dreamer must awake.
But with his rebirth, our time
Getting
has
D4
come.
vibes from the church cinematic.
Must awake.
Will you join the war? The threat looms over us still.
The dreamer must awake.
But with his rebirth, our time has come.
Creamer.
I require a champion. A champion to face the darkness below. Will you be our champion?
Drops. We got these drops. Respectfully. Neat. Yeah, I don't really know what any of those cinematics mean. I'm sure there's a bunch of like speculation and stuff, but those are like such short teasers. This is some kind of like all League mechanics revamped. New Atlas tree, maybe? There's probably gonna be a new Atlas tree, I think. Wonder if they'll like redo how like progression works instead of just like chasing corrupted zones. My new atlas, I just mean that like the tree itself. I don't think the like expanding infinite atlas is gonna go yet. I think that might be gonna last for a few more patches at least. Swords and Breach Tree Hopium is high. I don't honestly I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get a new class at all. But if we do get a new class, there's like no chance it's swords. Too many people have been too hyped about new melee classes for too long for them to just like stealth reveal it. That should be get teased. Bit of a sword in the trailer, probably. We'll see. It's Templar Scion. I thought there was something. Someone said there was something that was there that implied traps. Honestly, the trap playstyle could be really fun in this game. Of like proper slower traps. Like if there was like a way to play like the Tribrid cooldown based trap build from PoE 1 in this game, could be neat. Where you're like cycling through different cooldown traps based on this on like the scenario of what you're fighting. Trying to Harkers over for the first time and follow my mobilitics build. Hell yeah, dude, have fun. I hope I updated that for this patch. I haven't played a campaign in a while. I'll probably do a few runs before the point it actually comes out, but I doubt it'll be today. Today is going to be a 2.5 hour reveal stream, followed by a 6-hour Q&A, the longest patch notes of all history, or patch reveal. Yeah, I don't mean notes. I don't expect patch notes until like 2 days before the league comes out, if that. I just accept that we're not going to have all the information until 2 days into the league. And it's okay, you just log in and play the game. Click buttons. Choose points that make sense to your character. Yeah, like notes are not gonna even be close to ready at this point. This is gonna be like big picture changes to core systems in the game without like minute details on exactly what's changing and how it's gonna work. You just got spoiled. Yeah, I heard there were some leaks, but we don't do that. Where's a public Google Doc with all the stuff? Love that. We'll get it when it comes live in 37 minutes. I ain't rushing. How's the new computer? I probably have to respond to something, to a DM on the PoE website to get that stuff sorted. And a lot of people hate watching this reveal. Nah, I think that this could be a really good patch. This is the Endgame patch. Like, think about how much 0.3 improved the game. Like, 0.2 to 0.3 was from like a 3 out of 10 to like a 7 out of 10. that was a pretty massive improvement to the game. And point 4 was like, you know, some classes, a new act and stuff, not things we care about too much for in-game content. And point 5 is going to be another big in-game update, so hoping it's good. I just feel like, I mean, for me personally, even if they are a bunch of like really good changes to like the in-game lead mechanics and to maps and even to the Atlas, like the thing that I would be most excited about by far is a change in design direction on movement skills and making them actually fun to use. Because when like 80% of your time spent mapping is moving your character, and it's boring to move your character, that's always gonna be like a huge problem. Is Blink 100 Spirit now? I haven't used Blink in a while. I heard there's been a bug with Blink and Heavy Stun, like since Heavy Stun was put in the game, basically. Where you just press Blink and then you just get stunned, even when you're not sprinting. They're too good, log in. We do have faith. All the faith. Is there like a page on the Pro2 website yet for this with any sort of anything? Like some art, some teasers? Let's see, path2.exile2.com. And we're on the PoE site. Let me find the proper drop link for that and get that updated. There's just going to be links to the 5 teachers we already watched today. Nothing. I'll keep this in the edit monitor for updates as that comes, but an instrument trade removed, softcore removed. Holy. Also, I'll settle for 1 out of 3 of those. Minions. 30 minutes. It feels so weird having an announcement patch like 3 weeks before the league comes out. It kind of makes me think that it's probably going to be like not the biggest reveal. It's just going to be like super big picture changes. And then teasers for a while, and then patch notes a couple days before. Like I'm expecting like 75% of the reveal to be like changes to like League mechanic systems. I really don't know about, because like if they were gonna be like doing some class balance, I feel like in this kind of reveal they probably wouldn't talk about it, because like that's not going to be close to finalized until right before the League comes out. So if they're like nerfing crossbows or buffing minions, I don't think that'd be included in this reveal. Like it's just going to be like systems related to the end game mostly, and maybe Trial of the Ancestors, right? Like Toda's got to be here. Isn't the name of this mechanic something like Toda-like? It's like literally called the Ancient's Return. Like the fucking Toda's here. Toda's back. The new League mechanic is just going to be the third lab. Ancients are not ancestors, but they're both old. Just like me? Bro, what do you mean? My age starts with a 2. I'm not old. What's a map mechanic on that separate thing like Temple? Yeah, I mean, I agree mostly. I think Temple was really bad. Tell you on Toad, you skip that league. The way it's going to work in PoE 2 when it comes out is probably going to be pretty similar, but in PoE 1 it was basically 2,000 waves, I think, of continuously scaling like health and damage, and you basically had like permanent structures on each side, and you had monsters on each side, some that helped you and some that you had to fight, and you respawned when you died, including the things you killed, like the monsters you killed, but the structures died. So you just had to like power through their army or skip them and just go try to backdoor their like structures. And I think it was like when you killed either all of their structures or like a certain amount or a certain one, you won. So like the way that it was actually played in PoE 1 by most people was just you didn't even kill the monsters ever. You just crowd controlled them with like Void Sphere and Frost Walls and shit. And then you just kind of ran past them and like killed their base or something. I don't even like remember how you actually dealt damage. Maybe you like brought some of your minions with you, like some flankers that would come with you. I don't really remember. But it was like it was weird. I think Toda was one of the few leagues where I basically completely ignored the league mechanic entirely. Because it was an out-of-map mechanic that was like not really as fun or as rewarding as mapping, so like I didn't touch it at all. You just channeled their base. Oh right, you just stood on it and held the button down. But a lot of people liked it, and like the hardcore trade economy was pretty good that league because there were so many people that like you couldn't die in Toda outside of a few bugs early on where you were possible to die. So that was nice. How many words in patch notes? We're not getting patch notes today, so it's kind of impossible to say. But I think it's going to be a lot. It was standard, but you had tattoos for Toda. Was it just tattoos? I think it was only tattoos as like the new temporary power mechanic. which let you scale some builds like to crazy amounts. Because like release tattoos are so stupid. You'd be on a bow character with like +6 bow proj. Yeah, I guess the locks were put in the game as well, which was a mistake. Hope they delete those from the game. Any game updates? No, not today. Yeah, keystone tattoos. Yeah, those were sick too. No, today is just going to be information on what's going to change in 3 weeks. What's up, Lou? Welcome. My best PoE2 campaign time? I've never raced it. It's probably like 6 hours. Hardcore self-found. $500 days on a supported pack? Is that your plan? $24 minutes. Wait, to not do that even. I don't think I've ever done that. There will not be more minions added. Blasphemy. Nice rage bait. What's this? Where's my 2K? Pat Baby coming to PoE 2? Let's fucking go. Like all minions already respawn by default in PoE 2, so you can just blow them up. You know, you can buy things to put in the boiling water so you don't have to put your hand in it. You can use like tongs. You just like put the metal in there and then squeeze it. It's like ranged hands. It's kind of unethical. My best prediction here, what most likely to be true. I mean, that's just gonna be generic and vague, right? Like, there are going to be lots of updates to the current league mechanics in the game. Boom. Done. D4 expects greater than 0.5. I heard that a lot of people complaining about the D4 thing. Probably the like new campaign or whatever is like just horrific. It's like you're just not even playing the game. Just walk around one-shotting like trash and then spending 5 minutes watching a cutscene. Which, like, honestly, cutscenes are kind of the thing Blizzard does best. So like, I get leaning into that. I get it. Let's see, what's this? Big guy. Holy shit. Speaking of Diablo. Anarius? coming down from heaven? Spearman new class. We already have spears. And pole arms. I would love if we got surprised with like a new melee class. Because spears don't really, you know, you know. Yo, what's up, Shaq? You hyped? You ready to fight Lilith again in PoE 2? I'm ready for Cyclone to come out with swords, and it's gonna be like plus 1 second to attack time for starting animation while you're just stationary before you start spinning, and then once you start spinning, it's like 50% less move speed. Consume 3 power charges to Cyclone for 2 seconds. Or it's just Val Cyclone. This is the Elden Ring playthrough. Probably in like another universe. I kind of want to do a impending Doom fresh start though. Could be fun. Might do it. Undecided. I think it'd be on Witch. The Ranger cast speed issue, which is air quotes not a bug, but a bug, is the kind of thing that I don't really even know the cast speed requirements and breakpoints for that to make it work, and it sounds like on Leach start it'd be pretty annoying. Play for early maps on Witch. My plan. So there's 2 plans, right? There's the right plan, which is play Berserker or Shattered, get your start Atlas Stone, get your 4 stones, farm your Breach, get your initial starting gear, and then go ID. Or there's the Witch plan, which is I think I'm just gonna play Chaos Dot. Like I did like leagues ago. I did like just a pure Chaos Dot run to like tier 10s with Occultist, Bane, Essence Drain, and Soulrend. And like it feels pretty good up until like tier 10s or Fizz Dot. Yeah, you also, if you want to not stay Occultist and you want to just like abandon the Chaos theme, you could also just load up like some kind of Ignite Elementalist, whether it's Reap or Fizz Dot Reap or Exsanguinate. There's like a lot of options for like tier 10 and below map clearing. But like last time I did Chaos Dot, it felt totally fine up to tier 10s, and then it just falls off and can't clear red maps. But you can just farm the gloves and the helmet with Breach and yellow maps and so on. This is the one where he dies 6 times. Boom.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's back. Boom.
Yeah.
One more for us.
But wait, he's gonna respawn soon.
Yeah.
He's back. Oh, he lost.
Yeah, very cool game, GG. Very cool mechanic. It's amazing.
He's got it though. 4 times the charm.
Very well tested.
Set this one out. You have lost. Time to stop.
Toda. Meanwhile, on the proper Toda build, with Void Sphere and stuff, I was alting amulets for +1 mid-match. Big value. Watching movies, amen. "15 minutes. Guys, what if we get hit with the "Hi, I'm Chris Wilson" from Grinding Gear Games? What if it happens? Chris from the top ropes. Minutes. Soon. Soon. Sort of touched on the note to look for. I mean, I think the thing that... Like, we're definitely expecting lots of updates to the league mechanics based on the teasers. But aside from that, things that I think might actually be included in here that I'm looking for are changes to the Atlas tree. The current like Atlas passage tree in PoE 2 is like, it's super early access, very bad, very bland, not at all like interesting. So I think that has like a lot of room for growth. So some big improvement to that could be cool. And then also just like something that says, hey, we've identified the 30 worst layouts and removed them. Or improved them in some way. Because like some of the ones that were bad and got improved are a lot better now. But there's still a bunch that are like not ideal. But the PoE and Atlas after the change where like you can just do whatever tiles that you want whenever you want, like goddamn. That shit feels good. Look for the skill tree also. Oh yeah, the skill tree is real rough. But that one is I don't expect big changes there. I think this is mostly going to be more on endgame systems is my guess. Gonna fix the Atlas. Amen, Steel, you ready? Quicksilver flasks added. Movement skills no longer have plus 19 seconds to total attack time or cooldowns. They're doing a lot of competitivity from Temple. Yeah, I haven't, I don't even know what the Temple shit looked like. Because obviously, I stopped playing before people even really understood how to scale it. And before all the dumb stuff happened with the buffs to it, and then the super insane loot, and then the nerfs to it, and the still insane loot. And I didn't watch any, anything about any of that. I don't know, still, I'd rather keep my eyes untainted by the disgustingness of what that was. Get the Instant Beef Chief. Yeah, no, that build's good. Like, incinerative venting is actually good as long as you have enough defense to stand still, and Frostwing is solid for doing boss mechanics. "10 minutes! You need an axe or a sword?" It'd be cool if we got swords, but only if the sword skills are actually good. Like, spears could have been really fun. But like all the melee spear skills just yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like lightning spear is sick. But like all the melee ones, yeah, like spears were just one of those systems where like they were so clearly just designed in Act 1. With no regard for how the game actually changes over time. Yeah, Sam, I tested Ubermaven on that build with a few different skills to see if they'd feel better, and then I basically tested it on Incinerative Venting by canceling my cast every single time I hit 20 stacks. So I would just, or 18, I would just do 1 through 18 stop, 1 through 18 stop, 1 through 18 stop to simulate the shitty uptime. And my kill time was pretty similar to what Molten Strike actually was, which was around 14 minutes. Doing like 6 to 7 memory games in the last phase. But the reason that was a problem is because like Molten Strike could face tank every mechanic, right? Like the fireballs. But because Incinerate would have to dodge fireballs, and Ruin was in the game, that was like the biggest fight where I was like, I don't know. And Feared also was like a little bit sketchier on Incinerate eventing compared to anything that can move while you play the game. Like without knowing Ruin mechanics going into it, it's kind of hard to commit to that skill. But then again, like all the gear used is pretty much the same as Flamewood or Firestorm Pelting or whatever other Chieftain build you choose. The thing that was most surprising to me about Chieftain, when I like popped Penance Brand Anticipation, like that skill is just ass. It's like disgusting how bad it is. That skill is so bad that if you started at 20 stacks, it still like wouldn't have been good. Like that one is nuked. I think the accounts are the same because MTX is shared, so as long as one account is connected, you should be fine. I'm pretty sure. But like, someone correct me if I'm wrong, because that could be incorrect. I'm not sure. Then we're getting Delve? No. I think we're gonna get an in-map league mechanic instead of an out-of-map one, because we just had Temple, which was not maps. Think we're gonna end the mechanics? Really? I think we're definitely gonna get a new mechanic. It might not be huge, but I think we're definitely gonna get a new mechanic. I'd be very surprised if it was like, we're just only updating old ones. You have a being a card? Nah, I didn't make one. I'm just excited to see what's different. Excited to see the changes without setting up any expectations. Except minions are obviously removed, because I did get that leaked to me in DM since confirmed. Oh, charms get quickly replaced. I charms are in this really annoying spot, kind of ironically like where flasks were before 3.15. Like people just heavily relied on flasks for like all ailment solving problems before 3.15. And then in that one patch, they were like, let's change that. And they took away like really easy ailment protection from flasks. And then ailments were complete like cancer for that entire patch and super annoying to solve. And like the like rubber band fixes that came in 3.16 added like a dozen different ways to handle ailments because of how bad 3.15 was. Like they massively buffed all pantheons to handle like bleed and poison and freeze and just did like all kinds of, and they added purity of elements and added like I think they also put in Tempest Shield and Arctic Armor to have those immunes as well. Like they just like did all kinds of shit. And PoE 2 would kind of need something similar if they were to just kill charms. Because if they were to just kill charms right now, there just aren't really solutions in the game for most things that charms currently do. At least not until pretty late game. Like, what are you doing about freeze? You're just gonna log out. What are you doing about bleed? You're just gonna log out. Or try to life pot through it. Three-second exit delay. Yeah, I do wonder. I feel like eventually they're gonna want to fix that. Because even on boss fights, you can log out and log back in, and it'll cleanse your debuffs. Without like, consuming any portals or anything. And I feel like eventually they're going to want to fix that. And when they do fix that, it's probably also going to fix the heavy stun issue. Where you just log out on heavy stun and then keep playing the game. But if they ever fix the heavy stun issue, like I would want to disable... Well, I guess if they fix the log out so your combat state is properly mimicked when you log back in, you would just have to actually use a portal. Like control click your login button and spawn in your hideout instead of spawning back in the map. Which is honestly enough because maps are all one portal in the endgame. So you'd still log, you just wouldn't be able to log back in where you were. Three minutes. Oh, got a ping in the PoE Discord. Just telling us the reveal starting soon. Here's a log out macro on PoE 2. I think I just use a pause macro, and then when I was doing a lot of boss content, I changed my pause button to a logout button, because you can't pause in boss fights. Please buff red life. I don't know what they're gonna do with defense in PoE 2. It's in such a weird spot. Because like low-key armor life builds with a shield feel way better than pure yes builds in maps. It's not even close. Pure yes builds are like ass. But then versus big hits, you just get one shot, and your solution to getting one shot is nothing. You have no way to scale your max hit in a meaningful way. Outside of like just getting insanely good gear. But there's no passive trade solution to improve your max hit at all. But of course, ES when paired with block or when paired with evasion becomes insanely good at both max hit and mapping. So I'm curious what they're gonna do. Need guard skills? I low-key wish it was guard skills. I think forced self-cast Molten Shell would fit very well into PoE 2. Instant or not instant? Probably like close to instant. Maybe like 0.2, 5-second cast time kind of thing. Yeah, I can turn off alerts during this. You want lifetimes on tree? Yeah, we'll see. Three endurance charges and glory. Let's go. 30 seconds. What? Let's hit the refresh, make sure we're fully up to date. It's coming. It's the prime. Hi,
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one.
Let's go. It's
Twitch
been 5
drops
months.
are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Let's go.
Those in darkness once lay dormant. Now return.
They're back.
We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict.
Oh my god. New endgame quest. That's a big city. A new arbiter. I'm gonna one-shot him with a Giron. Hell is still in the game. Hell. Yo, okay. Interesting. Genesis tree, I wouldn't expect that. It's a fortress. That's fortress. Guys, that was fortress.
We become one. You are completely alone.
Armament breach in every game, let's go. Okay. So like every mechanic has an independent boss. This is the new mechanic, the runes. Remnants. That's an essence term. Calgurin skills. That makes you move backwards when you press it. Bullroth vibes? Yo! You can get a boat?
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Atlas classes? Interesting.
Now see how your story ends.
Nice. Love that this got reworked. Hopefully it's good. The old tree sucked. New Druid Ascendancy. Why does he have a boss as a pet? I'm playing this one. That one looks sick.
To face us is to face oblivion.
So as you can see, there's just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the endgame, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to
400
talk
plus
about the
node
League.
Atlas tree?
So to
Okay,
do that,
I
I'm
see
going to
you.
hand things over to Mark.
I see you.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as
I
Pharaoh,
don't see a man, I see a
young
rock.
blacksmith trying to bring back
Oh,
the
he's on the-
ancient
on
art
the
of
wood.
Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some
Crucible?
of the latent power, making for a difficult fight.
Ain't doing this
After
next one.
defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic.
Transmute. Let's go.
For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
Why do you gotta press the button for the loot to spawn? Just spawn on its
But
own.
be careful.
Just drop.
The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used. So, if you use a fire rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon
Moon?
rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters.
Versium, what? 20 Versium, what does it mean? 21 Versium.
After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted. As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items.
Interesting.
As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes. And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects. Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it. Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6, 7, or even 8 runes. But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Rayclost. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old. The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground.
An ancient secret.
The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Rayclass to find sources of verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality.
Okay.
Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you runic ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times.
What do I do with that?
Runic ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return.
The fuck?
It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you
cheat
take
death?
enough damage to run out of that, you will still die.
Or no, it's still just a number.
Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way. Even uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving runic ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more
it's
viable
just
for
health.
higher level play.
It's not going to prevent you from
But
being one shot.
the
I'm pretty sure.
Kalgurans use runic ward for more than just
Like
a
if you
defense.
have 1k life, 1k
It can
ward,
also
you get
be
for
used to
5k,
power
you're still
many
going to
other
die, I'm pretty
magics.
sure.
Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with runic ward. Many of the options available from remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet. There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion, that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns, while Runic
Shatter.
Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, there are other quests during the campaign too, that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from.
You do?
Using this knowledge, he
Oh,
gains
shit.
the ability to reforge
shit.
unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded
Yo,
to do
that's like
significantly
prophecy.
more damage. Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element,
That makes
making a
LE
weapon
actually
with
useful,
massive
right?
amounts
A
of
little bit.
cold damage.
Instead of being fizz only for every
There
single
is
build.
also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to Kingsmarch in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives,
Bro, he skipped the
you can
runic
choose
monster.
which kind of
It's
challenges
not-
you would like to
oh my
face,
God.
or
put it like that.
rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic.
Interesting.
One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters, though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. Kingsmarch has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenyn. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her. And this begins a new major mechanic for Expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenyn. You can hop from island to island, doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions, new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwenin has been holed up on.
Oh,
It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed.
just kill him.
Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook. And this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like. There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is
I've seen that
determined to
guy.
eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become.
Yeah.
These islands
my
contain
loot.
all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker.
Looking like guy from Arcane. Maybe Victor.
Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Elysium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby.
Oh shit.
On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the
The
Sun.
defiled waystone.
Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danik should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time.
Ooh.
So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques, dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come. It's time to talk about the massive changes to the endgame. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to
I
the
really wanna
south
see what
is the
this
least
is.
of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? the cracks in the earth to the east, or perhaps visit the ruins of a Val city in the north. The Atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you
forever,
choose,
or just like
going
the
to
first
towers
ones,
to
I
see what's
wonder?
out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress
Yo,
rises
cutscene.
from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons, and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find. You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas,
Grenades OP.
and uncover some dark secrets. Now the Fortress is the first of the new full endgame storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes. Or this one, which spawns an Asmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map. Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time. There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways,
accidentally one-shot
like
them.
this one, which lets Asmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential. You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground,
200 maps
containing multiple rogue exiles who are
your
there to
starting
hunt
location
rare
is like a
beasts.
fixed quest.
You might come
basically,
upon
for all
them in the middle of a
mechanics.
fight and be able to
and
take
then
out
you
both of
explore
them.
infinitely.
Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder, and not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points.
That's me.
So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an ascendancy class for your passive tree, why not an ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier, but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location.
Random layouts. It's neat.
Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses, but in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to, so let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths, with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him. Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind.
That's neat.
For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind. And must escape it while fighting with hordes of your worst fears.
No, not this. No. No.
If you are able to do so, you'll get a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well.
Oh shit.
Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or area of effect to your jewels, but there are many more.
That's insane.
Once you've done enough delirium encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm is revealed, but it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind.
What, Deli Orbs?
At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge. So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a questline, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder, and not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, potent liquid melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects. Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage. But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an ancestral Flame Blast?
That'd be cool
now,
if
just
the
like
boosting
before,
wasn't so
you
weak
can
in this
also
game.
upgrade the league by
It's
getting
like
points for a
20%.
dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress. Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums. Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one which modifies simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple simulacrums. Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next. When you first do a Breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world.
Yep, Breach, Highborn.
As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the Order, and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south. On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration. Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside.
Fortress. It's a fortress.
Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hiveblood, the tree has withered. To get Hiveblood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht.
Oh shit, I know that guy. I know
These
that guy.
monsters
Esperoon.
also drop womb gifts.
I fought
and if
him.
you take these to the Genesis Tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts.
Tree is so
Each
fucking
womb
big.
gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry and must be fertilized with hive blood. So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed. And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else. Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it. To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level.
Oh, that's neat.
Or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts, but it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these,
Ooh, percent life.
but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash.
%17%
And on
increase
the
shield gain
left-hand side,
frequency.
you can unlock an entire new set of mods for Minion characters.
No.
This stuff is actually pretty
Why?
important, because casters and Minion builds didn't
so-
have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels,
Neat.
or a belt that gives lightning damage.
Neat. It's pretty.
Once you've done enough breach
Neat
encounters,
number, 1 to 30,
you may
all
finally
good.
get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone.
Oh, a breach stone womb gift. So 5 full splinters into.
And you can
But a
then use it on the
breach
Hiveborn
stone.
incursion.
Oh. I guess.
Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real
Fair.
goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain.
He was sprinting. It's a fortress. It's a fortress.
These twisted creations
destroy the
securing
walls, let's go.
demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you'll need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all.
So you have to do the fortress
Now,
and then kill
once
the
you've
bosses.
completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the breach lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the Hiveborn domains on the Atlas. And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all Hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items.
Spader's losing.
There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get. There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree,
His
like
head.
this one, which will cause
Yoink.
Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree, will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy. So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters, and hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next. When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood could be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her, but in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King.
Yoink.
To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition,
same as what it
each
was.
ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete.
That is ritual.
Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable than before. In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar. Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him,
You kill him with damage.
kill him, and get Aoife's body. Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss, and defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the Atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute, but if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards, so in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure. Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge.
They have 5 HP, just one-shot them.
But once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison. Now, of course, once the pinnacle boss is complete, the league doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the king in the mists for another audience. Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one, which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2.
This one.
You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals
Like
to be
this one.
created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual. But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new endgame storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each endgame questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time that shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way better endgame experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said,
what's up, Mark?
we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian
Crazy.
animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear.
Why not get the protectors?
Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side.
It says
The bear will
Minion.
maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies.
So just a permanent
Now
pet.
you can specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all 3 of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked, the power of the Sacred Wisps.
Okay.
This node is free
Okay.
and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take and grant you life regeneration. Your
8%.
stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies,
And
and your
regen too.
owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idol socketables in your equipment.
You make that apply to you.
And
Yeah.
this one, which is my absolute favorite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses,
That's a net.
opening up
That's
a
the
whole
net
suite
animation.
of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands. Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the frozen talon. There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion. Next up, we have the monk's new ascendancy class, the martial artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 hollow techniques. Channeling hollow form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease.
Consume power charges.
Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier. Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you.
That one seems the most
Through all the martial
useful of all
artist's
those.
thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved
one's
runic
good.
tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes.
Yeah, that
There
one's
is
pretty
one
solid.
that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots.
For just generic power.
Finally, your hands, the ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies.
It's pretty good.
With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers on gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a 2-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it. The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful, for maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a Raven Righteous Fire. That's not all, however. These Ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight. This command skill causes your flock to create a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between.
Minions.
Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies.
100% increased call threshold.
To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life.
100% call for trash
Sylvan's
monsters.
Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you. Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly, is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself. Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements can cause all ailments.
Let's see.
The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time. The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too.
That seems wrong.
It also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those? Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic
Okay, not good.
wings.
It's got it to 1 second.
If
Wind
you
up.
use the skill when a fragment of
That was
divinity
close.
is nearby, it will become empowered,
That was almost
dealing
useful leap.
significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown. When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them. Last, but not least, we have a new unique
Hey,
jewel.
voices.
Voices. Voices is simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots.
Neat.
Equip it and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center.
Well, there's a little +3 jewels
One of
for
the
free.
things we are concerned
you're
about
rich.
is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league. As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for Acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss. We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls. In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go. These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience. Now, as this is an Endgame expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find. If there are multiple maps,
I need to be able to zoom out like twice as far.
Map to map. Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides. We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client. Here's how it works. Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build.
That's awesome. I love that.
So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well.
That is
For
like
items,
genuinely so fucking
the build
good.
designer can specify
For,
which
like,
uniques to use
all
in
you
each
nerds.
slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need. In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level. Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format. Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients.
Instead of the
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Blood Reaver and Divinity packs.
Boom.
Each tier
Boom.
contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Blood Reaver series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Let blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons. turn the appearance of your endurance, frenzy, and power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver charges. While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they are at their core.
You didn't need to expert.
Doesn't negate a taste for style.
The game was dog shit now. Oh yeah, of course. The part that, I mean, they added like a big like streamline to the early Atlas progression, which I think is probably the biggest thing to this. They reworked pretty much every single lead mechanic, added a bunch of new crafting shit. Honestly, they talked through so much stuff in there that like good luck even summarizing all that. But the important thing is like how it affects your actual gameplay, what you're gonna do. And instead of like getting to the Atlas and then it's like find some cryptid zones and just kill shit, they added like probably dozens of hours for experienced players and like maybe like 100 hours for someone that's slow of like forced layouts to the early Atlas tree to like unlock your full Atlas tree and then go through the quest states of every single mechanic before you then start the true Infinite Atlas. Which is definitely a lot more interesting than what it was before, where it was like, hey, go find 6 cryptid zones and spec points into an Atlas tree that is literally fucking meaningless and like really boring and trash. So it's 100% better than it was. Because what it was like really bad. We'll have to play it and see like how long it really takes. I think if it takes like an experienced player like more than 25 hours to clear the quests and get full Atlas, that will probably not feel good after doing it a couple leagues in a row. But because they added that mechanic where like you can like rush through like the city segment and then just like full complete all of it, I can't imagine it'll take that long once you're like pretty quick. But the first playthrough, I think it's gonna feel really good. So M.5. And then after that, there's like way more like findable things on your Atlas for exploring. Like related to all the different mechanics. So all that sounds sick. But like really, until I log in and play it, it's impossible to say how it's gonna feel after a good amount of grinding. But yeah, no new class. Not surprised about that. The new lead mechanic is kind of weird because it's like it doesn't feel like a standalone lead mechanic. Maybe it is, but the way it was described, it sounds like it's kind of like hybridized with Expedition almost. So like we'll see like how linked those really are, or if you can kind of ignore Expedition if you want to. New in-game boss, new real big in-game boss, then also a bunch of new pinnacle bosses for all the side mechanics. Always love that. But yeah, we're not going to get patch notes probably for at least 2 weeks minimum. But maybe not even for like until like a day or two before. Who knows? I'm a little concerned about stash tabs. They just named like so many new things that are put in the game, and even for this current lead mechanic. Are we talking about that right now? Is it still
Tab
6?
for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage. Finally, there's a tab for your Jin barriers
This is the
and
map tab.
inscribed ultimatums, both of which get their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
But what about
So that's
the
everything
runes in
050.
particular?
This
Did
is
they talk
by
about
far
runes?
the biggest update we've ever made to PoE 1 or 2. New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting systems.
Just because specifically, they often don't add stash tabs for a current lead mechanic. They don't do it until it goes core. And hopefully that's not the case for this one. Because like 100 new currencies that don't have a tab would feel kind of bad. But they might have already answered that when it was muted. We do have a rune tab? Yeah, we do. So hopefully they'll all be on there already.
we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an RPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point, and so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access. That's right, the next big update is going to be 1.0. Now normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime. In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates, it's going to be on improving what we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand. ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase everything we'll be working on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6. Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch.
Pull up.
Now I'm personally so excited for this. This is the year that PoE 2 comes out. The campaign is finally finished. It's been 8 years to get here, but we're finally near the finish line. And with that, it's time to move on to our live Q&A.
Yes, we'll watch the Q&A. Ah, he's muted. Ha, sound guy. Ha. Ha.
Good to sit down for a nice long Q&A once again today. We just had a teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the endgame, complete endgame overhaul. The Runes of Aldor League with a frankly somewhat confusing amount of crafting and systems and things in it. It kind of keeps going. And then we've got like the Kalguran skills that work across weapons, the extra looking ascendancies and some insane uniques and all that sort of stuff. But honestly, it's kind of easy to talk about what's not part of 0.5. So with that very elegant segue, let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here, swords perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making a class is something that takes longer than a single cycle. So yeah, it was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately. But
so it wasn't even that it was moved in this case.
No, it just wasn't. It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going to have to be the next one before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand.
Exactly. Right? So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like probably the mistake we made was having a sword in the teaser for the breach stuff.
I thought it was a fishing rod.
yeah. So no one thought about that, but it's just kind of funny.
It is a shame, but it seems like you guys have kind of. Well, you keep raising the bar on yourself as far as class design is concerned. Like,
and it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely happening.
I've been seeing a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords, they're advanced technology that we haven't gotten yet.
So we just don't understand.
We're trying to learn how they work.
Just like get on the map, aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal. These are complex things.
There's a lot to figure out there. But do you care to speak at all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard as far as like classes and?
I really shouldn't, just because it'll spoil the reveal for that will come.
Not exactly,
some of the time,
but like, what are you kind of hoping towards getting, like from 0.5 onwards? In the lead up to ExileCon in terms of that? Are you hoping to get like all of the classes in the game, just one or two more or something like that?
Well, so I think that what the main focus is going between 050 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we have, like polishing everything, and 1.0 is where you're going to get the like the big new content update, like that's going to include the Acts 5 and 6, it's going to include like class stuff, it's going to include like all that sort of thing, because really ultimately the main goal of of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good, right? So we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the like the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things, like like even stuff that isn't good yet, like ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good, and so like that's kind of so long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how to create like an act at this point, right? Like so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se, so really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 050, that will mean that we've kind of checked all the boxes of stuff that we need to know, and there's still stuff that we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 050 and 1.0, but like that's the main thing we need to be sure of, and then once we've got that, it's like now we can get the big update, the ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing.
No, I mean, like,
know how to do that.
We know how to do that. It's one of those things that, like, look, people saw in for like we know what we're doing when it comes to that stuff. It's just
the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, then finish the story and have all that come out at launch
in 1.0 exactly, and look, that'll be the launch
conclusion to the story then. Exactly. So you have done, though, one extremely gigantic update here for Endgame. And it seems like you've done a lot all-in-one expansion.
Yeah.
And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you go for this route of trying to do so much all-in-one instead of spreading it out over, say, a couple of expansions?
So in retrospect, maybe we should have spread it out. But honestly, the reason is because we wanted to actually make it so that like we wanted to deliver a patch where like this is what we expect the endgame to be. Like this is the template for what leagues look like when they're in endgame, and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across. Like it needs to be like, once again, this is what endgame is, and it really is fulfilling a lot more of what we had hoped for in terms of feeling like a world that you can explore, that there's things everywhere and that kind of stuff that we had wanted for. And the other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current endgame, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to endgame, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. There needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign and actually get into endgame. So I think that if we hadn't have done all of the leagues at the same time, it just wouldn't really have kind of gotten across what we're really going for there.
And it sounds like the plan now is to be able to focus on a little bit more polish in the lead up to ExileCon as well.
So, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done. And that's really just because we want to be able to, we still don't want to do mid-league nerfs. And so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. In order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset. And so what we'll probably do is like, more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially that mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in PoE 2 in terms of like, and it's like way more than what you need in PoE 1 in terms of being like to reach the standard. And so now that we've got that, we can expand on that, get more uniques, sort of, mid-game ones, that kind of stuff. So there's stuff like that that'll be coming in the sort of the updates between now and 1.0. But like it isn't going to be the kind of like mega content craziness that we've got for 050 here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things. While people watching live, get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime, I want to ask you about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which this is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into endgame. And I was like, really, like it's a lot. There's a lot of like crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here. In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. Like I was like, oh, so these are just like random rewards or something. But then you showed me this spreadsheet, like that's like the recipes of all how different runes combine together to make different things.
Yeah. We probably put too much thought into it that honestly needed. But like, like we have to make sure that like if it's an iron rune, like what kind of stuff would be creating that, like that's sort of thing. Like the recipes have a lot more structure to them, and I suspect a lot of that players won't even think about. Like they'll just see list pick for item, like that's something I don't really think about. But there is some thought put into that of like what things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this is this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made.
Like that's a title line, right?
The other day I was looking through all the. We have this gig. It's called like Verisium Crafting or something.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the tabs, and I was like, I went to I was on like the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this? I was reading all this stuff, and it said like Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just like pages and pages and pages of crafts and stats, and just like honestly, I've lost the plot a little bit with respect to how many like different things we've made, and like it's honestly just been crazy.
Idea writing.
Yeah. Some of the rune stuff is like also super bizarre. Like, okay, what's like? I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. Like, what's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy. And it's a rune that you can place in Izamite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously. And then you can put that in the same item class of a
I don't even know about this system. What the
That is so weird.
the system just
Definitely
came
broken.
There's just so many crazy crafting things going on. But it was kind of like, well, when we were designing the league, we're like, okay, we've got Kalgurans. Like, what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurans have, like, that would be different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast? And so, you know, the whole magic system is based around like this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they like, you know, like the words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking, we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
Yeah, we went definitely. So there's so many crafting things. Like, in fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. Like, there were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically like 80% implemented and then discarded. Like, there's just like a huge amount of that stuff.
We can do this or some other way, some
exactly.
cool way. Yeah, so like because I saw that there's like, oh, you can bench craft a thing and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well, which I had no idea
Why
about.
not?
Why not? You like making more work for yourselves these days. That seems to be a running theme. I keep saying this to you. Like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this?
Yeah.
Why do you make it so you have to like, from now on, you always have to look at all the modifiers on gloves?
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to also add?
Yeah.
Wow.
So does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD. We're going to try.
We'll
We are going
figure
to
it out
try to
later.
do it. But, the idea is all of them will work, yes.
So that's like, there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft and then be replaced, right? So
I'm really proud of that one actually, because I really like the way that it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way, I reckon, than what PoE 1 had. So you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
and
I really
I guess there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost certainly.
Yeah. Together.
That one's pretty cool. We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay, damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather new modifier pools entirely getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where with the new Minion set of mods and the new caster set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like,
crazy.
But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really wanted to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like, every league needs to have something that you're going to keep, like, if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that, like, a reward that, like, you can keep on, that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That there's, like, a reason to keep on doing this, like, economically. So therefore, every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time. And, like, we didn't quite have that. For, like, some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines. So that, just a reason to keep going.
Yeah, people can absolutely find, like, a niche, a service they provide the community or whatnot, which I quite like to see, especially the Breach Tree getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything as well. So for the back to the runes of Eldor, you're not actually needing to like find those runes that you're inscribing on those encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite clear on how that works.
Thematically, that's how it works, but in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing, then like all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign, and also some stuff in Endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Yeah, but you're not having to like physically like cart these sorts of things around.
No. There's nothing like that. Yeah, so effectively, like, you're just picking from the book every time. So, like, if you want to just look at this as, like, you know, walk up to the object, there's some recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it. But thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and what we decide to put in stuff.
So you showed that these remnants then, this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves.
Correct.
And in Endgame it actually replaces those remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the League mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions.
Correct. So yeah, every area there'll be a remnant and you do the sort of standalone remnant mechanic. But then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more rarity to the monsters. So like the more runes that you are adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now, and so anytime we're pretty much adding mods to monsters, be it now runes, and we've even updated delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like a rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that there's a whereas before it's like system over here, system over here, system over here. They're different reward axes, and we're just trying to make sure it's all difficulty equals reward.
Right, and that's the key thing. Like, we always want to make sure that whatever the difficulty we're adding, we're always adding rewards in kind. And a lot of the stuff in PoE 2, I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that, if you get it right, then it feels right. And if it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why things feel off and like why things is like this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so each of these runes has its own different modifiers that it does to make monsters harder. Is that something you can kind of engage with? You're like choosing the recipes?
So when you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it, because each rune that you're inscribing effectively comes with the thing that the monster's going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic, whatever, but it means you're missing out on whatever item is in that recipe. So like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be, the rune modifiers that will be added to the monsters.
Makes sense.
There's some pretty, like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks before.
The logbook is the
logbook is now is exploring the ocean. So,
it's actually this thing,
You get the cool things where, okay, let's say there's like 12 remnants and you want to get them all in the detonation chain. Each remnant you do the fight, and then one of those runes is passed on to be additive with the next. So it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all of the next remnant's monsters have one of those runes as well as all the ones they had. So every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll note is the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text underneath, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
So you can mouse over those or something, can you? Like to see the modifiers?
You were meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
There's this thing that we'll do later, which is this pause rework.
Yes.
I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to do. But effectively, the intention for freaking ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, you can mouse over all of the different things and like find out information about them. So the intention would be to like be able to expand all of that stuff, like so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but we didn't get around to it. But,
I've been really keen on that.
Do note when you are the runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves on to the next remnant has an extra icon above it.
It's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like each remnant has a lot of modifiers. So it's not. Is it?
So let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have a symbol above it, and that one forwards onto the next remnant. And so you can do a little bit of.
You can have a crazy encounter, but the next one is maybe not as bad. You're like, maybe if I just make it through that, it'll be okay in the next part of the expedition.
Yeah, but then so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say obviously each remnant gives a reward. There's a little bit of a more. If you're a juicer, so to speak, you're going to want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding overlaps. You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes, probably. And there's all these like different little things you can think about to try and
expedition. Then
there is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out. Or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's completely fine.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system, then. The giant explosion?
Not in the direct sense.
How do you mean?
Well, not with grand logbooks.
Right. Well, with the regular encounters and maps, that was always
I
the thing
believe
anyway.
it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I need to double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that was always the thing for regular expedition encounters anyway, right?
But like, obviously, you don't want that in a grand expedition because you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess. Yeah, for the regular ones, it should be there.
Yeah, awesome.
But
cool.
If it's not,
it's funny though. Like there's also a sort of hidden amount of work that we sort of glossed over there as well in all of the like logbook islands, like what used to be called logbooks, but now the Grand Expedition Islands.
Yeah.
Like we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like you know, like every one of them has got like unique things to find and blow up that like are kind of weird.
So it's not just a bunch of generic maps with expeditions in it.
Yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them in terms of, you know, every one of them has 2 to 3 things that only spawn there that you know that are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there too. Like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil too many of them because it's quite fun, like finding out, oh, maybe this will explode, maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do, but yeah, it's quite a fun one.
There's even like there's like special logbooks you can find now that a logbook is just you click it to you know, reveal a section of the ocean. We have one that you can get that you can turn on, and then when you click it, all of the islands revealed have extra modifiers on them, like expedition themed modifiers, so like more explosives, more radius, and a whole bunch of stuff like that you can get in late game.
Yeah, I guess kind of somewhat filling the role of how towers work in the rest of the Atlas as well, but for the islands. Like an AoE craft of maps.
Well, but then you also have ones that reveal, like, guarantee, you know, Olroth will be there, for example. So it's like a little bit, which is a way to trade for like then getting Olroth kills.
Spicy,
of course.
Nice.
Not that you can always, of course, just trade for like the pinnacle boss keys themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes,
yeah, but you know,
he's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
Right.
And you are actually using regular waystone, so you can kind of juice up the expedition maps, the grand expedition maps now.
Yes, you can.
Potentially quite a bit. That's pretty juicy. It seems. I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
Yeah, it is a little bit. So the Exploring Ocean is sort of supposed to feel that way because it's one of those like sort of infinite expanses that you can go down.
Delve
but,
ocean.
Yeah.
Delve sideways.
I still want to make proper Delve one day, but at least we've got this.
You also don't have to run around the islands reading all those giant blocks of text anymore, hoping to not get some.
Oh, you remind me actually. So with the runes, is there modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leech from them and stuff like that? They're just gone.
Yes. Just more traditional modifiers, and then there's a set at the top. Like there's one called Power Rune, which is the rarest. It takes every mod and makes it tier 2. You know, so there's some meta-y ones, and then there's the ones some we showed, and there's one that causes all monsters spawned by the remnant to share a life pool. So. Which is actually crazy and also very satisfying.
Like, kind of sounds fun, yeah.
The funny thing about this is that if it had been a normal live stream where we were just doing a league, like so much more of the stuff we probably would have delved into.
Yeah,
but instead, because we had so much in-game stuff as like other things as well.
You're doing like 5 leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
So you couldn't really show any of this stuff.
Yeah. There's tons of like hidden stuff.
It's like, I can't believe you glazed over this thing where like a rune steals a unique modifier.
Yeah,
that would have been like a core system you showed off in another one.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh yeah, we didn't have time. We had to cut it for time.
Well, I mean,
like,
you know, another one of those we cut for time was the ability to upgrade runes there's a thing that will upgrade a rune that's already in your in your gear.
Yeah, you can get like a perfect.
So you get a perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded past the normal level that it could normally go to using one of those. Like it's called the Masterwork rune.
Rub your runes.
So there's something like that as well. Like, there's all sorts of stuff.
Which you can then do incursion, extract, and trade. By the way, just to be clear.
Yeah. Because there's the incursion room lets you extract stuff.
That thing.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those as the upgraded ones if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah. And you've got another category of ones that absolutely can't be removed, and I assume not with that either.
Yeah. Like, so that's like the dual socket thing and stuff like that.
It's almost like vialing an item that's done.
Yeah.
This is where you're going to get the weird economy where the upgrader item is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird, someone's extracted a perfect rune because that's like a abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgraded item is like for some reason going to have a weird price differential to the rune. It's always
It's going to be a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general. That's kind of like rather a lot, isn't it? It's a lot of runes.
It's a few.
I think it's 160.
160 now. Jeez.
But it is the runes of Elder, like
That's right.
If we didn't have some runes in it,
exactly.
Yeah, it'd just be Elder League otherwise.
And that's not even all. Like, there's the alloy crafting too, which is like we're gonna make a version of their essence crafting because of course
exactly,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, do you view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outset? But
we knew. The Verisium stuff, like they're known as like a whole culture of blacksmiths and like doing stuff, right? So they're gonna they're gonna do some crafting.
Do you think there is like a too much for crafting options, or is there some way that this is like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's still manageable?
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff. I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this because every time you find one, it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like mega lists.
Yeah.
It's honestly way cooler to find an item and then like, okay, now this is a physical thing that I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing, rune forging, whatever the names we ended up going with. It's just here's your input, here's your output.
Exactly.
That's it.
So that one can be simple. You don't need to have the giant. And I think that the giant lists are part of what scare people off from crafting as well.
Yeah.
So I think doing it the way we've done it here is honestly more new player friendly than the kind of than the giant list you feel like you need to understand when you see it.
Yeah,
but of course, as these things go core, we'll see what works, we'll see what doesn't work, we'll see what worked in endgame and didn't, because again, once the things are core, how they appear in the campaign, you don't know. Maybe these things work really well in the campaign and need to be pulled into a system that's more campaign friendly without having to have remnants in every area and stuff like that. So it's always nice to keep an eye on that and see what works, what's good for onboarding, what's good for campaign progression, what's all of that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a bunch of those kind of purple runes, those powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants as well, and like they do.
Was that even in the live stream? The purple.
Some of them were, I think, but like there's the rune for bows that gives you 50% chance for an additional arrow, and like that. It's not like that's end game. That's just early. Now, of course, you're going to get the thing of like, do I want to use it early or do I want to save it till late? Because it depends on how many you get and all of that. But like, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you. And if they're abundant enough, go free. And
but to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like have specific domains most of the time. So in the case of the breach one again, that's about jewelry crafting. If you're into like these specific things, and in particular, you've got the caster and minion stuff as well.
Yeah.
So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I need to cast, create some minion jewelry, then like this is the league I'm playing. But then if I'm not having to create that, then I don't have to necessarily understand that one. So we do try to we're trying to make sure that it's not like for every single item slot or every single use case you have to know about every crafting system. Like there are specific ones that can help with specific areas.
Yeah, okay, and you can look into that, and that does divide it down a little bit more.
Yeah,
make it a bit more.
That's kind of the intention. This was actually one of those things we discussed way back in the early days of PoE 2 about how we would differentiate crafting from PoE 1. Is like try to have a little bit more segregation of the different crafting systems and different item slots.
Yeah, exactly. So you've also got this other crafting system in this because we're not finished through that list yet. But, so you can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items.
I thought it was 1.5 based on how it
increase
looked.
their base damage, or give maybe some armors new rolls with ward.
Move
and
skill
like that
almost
as well.
useful. Just slap this on
like
it.
another route
Make
to
sure it's
modifying
not
uniques,
guaranteed
which
that it's never useful for anything but damage.
With over time, and this had an ability to change affixes on uniques as well, right?
Correct. So the changing affixes part, I believe, is mostly the Kalguran uniques where it does that. Is that not correct?
Can you tell what is a Kalguran unique?
We are going to add a way for you to tell what's Ezomite Kalguran, because Val for the other one as well.
For the weapons, it's mostly about increasing the base damage to make it so that a low level unique can actually be something you can use in endgame. Because there's obviously a lot of uniques there that are interesting, but not viable for endgame because they just don't have the damage. So that's kind of like one of the main things we're solving. And then for the armors, it's all about like being able to make that ward versus other defense trade off as well.
For the Kalguran uniques, what we've tried to do is have that because most of the Kalguran uniques are endgame, right? That's just, drops from Olroth, drops from the new Pinnacle, a few others. And we've tried to have multiple outcomes for them, and you don't get to pick. So, for example, there's a new shield being added, and it is a strength dex shield, so armor evasion, and it comes with raised shield, and it has some mechanics around that. In the Verisium bench, you can put it in, you can craft, and it can turn into a full ES base, a full evasion base with parry, or a full strength base with raised shield. So you can, if you want to get away from it being hybrid, and like that's just one example. Now you might have to get a few of them to get the one you want. Deal with it. But for all of them, that's kind of the idea. Is like some are just mods, some are a bit more transformative. There's just like, okay, there's a weapon, and one of the outcomes might be that it's just higher damage, slower speed. One of it might be that converts all of its damage to lightning, like it's got a Tempest theme. One of it might be that, there's like just a whole bunch of different stuff like that, and like some of them are a bit more niche, some of them are a bit more spike. But the idea is that there's generally, we're going to try and aim for 3 different outcomes for every Kalguran unique. There are some other niche cases. I don't want to like spoil them because by the way, there's more crafting things. I'm just not going to tell you because they're secret. I'm getting all my secrets in.
Fortress, typos.
I hope people can find them out and enjoy it. But yes, there are some other things as well that are a bit more out there. One that isn't so secret, but like there's the questions of like what happens if you try and add runic ward to something that has no defenses to begin with. Tabula rasa. Like there's like weird things where it's like, what happens when you convert nothing into something? I don't know, so
divide by 0.
And then there's some other weird cases as well. So yeah.
Interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot of exploration and tinkering, and it seems like a long tail of discovery for this league as well.
Yeah.
Months in, people might be still discovering stuff. So that's it's pretty exciting to hear. With the uniques in general, like I think this crafting, the ability to modify uniques, change how they work a little bit, has been pretty popular. Do you feel like, are you worried at all about like losing the identity of uniques, or what makes them unique, or what is the feel of a unique, or do you have kind of like an idea of how you can maintain them?
I think that it'll be possible to break that, but I don't think that we have here, because at the end of the day, the uniques are still like each serving a specific purpose, and that is different from rares and how they work. So I think it is okay. Like what I wouldn't want to do is just be like, oh, now a bunch of rare mods can spawn on uniques. Like I'm not a fan of that at all. So as long as we're not doing that, I think it's okay. I mean, look, we do push the boundaries. Like, even just the fact that uniques have socketables that go in them kind of changes things a bit. But I think a lot of the time when you do that, you're not really looking at that as like the unique has got random mods. It sort of feels more like it's just an extra place for things to go in your character. So I think it still works in terms of the flavor of what a unique is supposed to be.
Yeah, it feels like a separate layer. I guess a lot of the time you are changing one unique modifier for another unique modifier that's like a twist on the original concept, so it still retains that identity quite a lot there as well. So kind of like transitioning. Oh wait, first I did want to ask about the runic ward thing. So runic ward obviously has undergone a bit of a redesign, a bit of a concept change here. It's now a layer under your life. How did you arrive at this design? Kind of what's the reason for it?
Well, once again, we were thinking, okay, we want to be able to make a magic system that feels like it's fundamentally different than what you'd have on Rayclast. We were trying to think like, okay, how do I say this? So, I feel like I've lost myself here, but I guess it is really just coming, something that feels a little bit different. And we wanted to make colorless skills, right? We wanted to make a thing where these skills can be used across classes. So all of those skills we want to be used. But we didn't really feel like we would be able to use an energy system that wasn't independent of the existing ones that we had.
Right. Yeah.
And so then we're like, okay, if we make something here where you get to be able to trade some level of defensiveness for offense, because you're spending effectively part of your life pool, then we'd be able to make a system there. But we probably couldn't have used life, because if we'd done that, there's so many other things that like are going on with life that wouldn't have really been able to, that wouldn't have been able to work. So hence, ward. I mean, it's just a completely different thing than what ward was in PoE 1. We just sort of used the term, but it means something completely different in PoE 2.
I think it's just a significant upgrade from PoE 1's, just like kind of one-shot energy shield. I mean, that was like hard carried by uniques. Whereas this is a way more just applicable system. You can just have a little bit of it, and you're just happy to have a little bit of extra life. Effectively, works way better in the campaign. Works just as more of as an isolated system, and doesn't need to have like, okay, here's now 4 unique mechanics, and now my ward is a build, which is fine. If it's all in game, that's fine. But like you were talking about having something in the campaign here, a full league and a system we want to engage with and get some, borrowed power out of via these skills and whatnot. And so, yeah, it just works a lot better.
One thing I should mention with the ward is that in the early base types, it's usually strict upgrades. Like if you're during early in the campaign, you're not trading off anything, you just get extra bonuses. But as you get into the end game, that's where those bases start to be like, okay, in order to have more ward, we're going to be trading off your other defenses. And that means that when we finally do potentially move it into core, it's going to be like, it'll be a question of like, do I want to go for, like, it's not going to be something mandatory, because if it had just been always additive, it would have been that every single person needs to put ward on every single base type, and we don't want it to be that way in the end game. We want it to be, once it gets there, it's like a choice of like, do I want to engage with this, do I not want to? So that was kind of an important consideration there at the end.
We've actually also handcrafted every outcome. So every single, like, generally how you would expect this kind of thing to be done. Here's the formula, it converts. Right. We've just gone and said, nah, like, let's do it manually for everything, which means it was a metric amount of metadata to add.
Every base type we add has to have the ward, the rune-crafted rune-forged
version.
And
at endgame, you get some cool stuff where base type A might become very, very heavy on runic ward, where base type B might have just a little bit, and some are in the middle, and some sacrifice a bit more defense where others don't, and then the same with the uniques. You're getting like crazy different outcomes where, it's a similar thing where it's like, what is Calm's Heart going to do? What's Brass Dome going to do? There's like different kind of things that people are going to play around with, and it's like, is it worth it? And the good thing is you can, of course, see the outcome before you do it with these non-random ones on armors. I
didn't realize that.
When you have both the slots, if you mouse over the right one, it will show what you're going to get, except for like those Calgary unique outcomes, like I said. So that's a bit more special. But most of the time, you can see what you're going to get. So if you're just like, oh, no, I don't want to lose that armor, then don't lose that armor. So, but yeah, there's some crazy stuff. You'll get some runic ward stackers. You'll get some people that just have a supplemental amount just to stack, maybe just enough to use a skill or just enough to use a support. And you'll get people who are just trying to spam the skills as much as they possibly can. You'll have some people that have low amounts stacking higher regen of it, and like all kinds of stuff is the goal. All done via the metallurgy, the runes, the different skills, like. The whole suite is there, so there's just all kinds of stuff you can do.
Great result
on the
or what?
Of the Calguran skills, this is like, especially because this is like something that gets asked all the time, is like, oh, can we have more weapon agnostic skills? Things that kind of like blur those boundaries a little bit now that you've got those established. What's the design process or the goal, or how you're approaching? So
it's a little bit tricky because we have to make sure that these things are going to be things that can be used across classes. Like, I don't want to just be like, okay, this one's only for like one particular character, and it needs to kind of span them, and that means they tend to need to work with things like existing debuffs and existing buffs. We've got one that generates they've got various things that that just play with all of those different mechanics. So like the example we gave in the presentation of like converting fire to frost fire, like that kind of thing. Like there's a lot of different builds, a lot of different character classes that be able to play with that. And ideally that means that it can just open up the different different ways to be able to synergize between different mechanics all over the place. And then because they spend ward rather than some other resource, it means that there's no issue there either.
Yeah, potentially slot into any build and don't have attribute requirements or colors.
That's the other thing, of course. They don't have strength, dex, and attribute requirements. They just have level requirements. So that way,
the Calgurans are a little bit more ahead of Rayclass times, it seems. Oh well.
There's a bit more of a technological magic, isn't it?
It's cool that it's often the case when we add these things that can feel a bit shallow. Like it can feel like here's this whole new magic system, but only there's this little amount. Whereas here, I feel like we've actually gone, here's this whole magic system, like here's a taste of it, and like in some cases, like sure, 25 skills now. We'll see what happens later, you know. And like there's things to expand on, unless they're of course terrible, in which case they never existed. You know what I mean? But I mean for the long-term health of the game. But you get this thing where it's like it really feels like, with respect to the Calgarin magic, the Calgarin technology, we're just like getting further and further and really learning more and more about how these people gain their power, how it's different from everything you know on Raycast, and like it's honestly been just quite cool. And like Runic Ward, as I said, it feels way more than just like, it feels pretty core. Like it doesn't feel like this like just secondary thing. Not that you have to do it, it's not mandatory, but it feels core when you do engage with it, which is like, yeah, very cool. And I wouldn't say we've gone this deep into like a extra resource system and thing like in any league ever before, not in this regard. So
yeah, it's like usually just like some map thing, you collect petals or something.
Yeah.
Seems a bit more engaging than that, a bit more fundamental character builds. Okay. Well, it seems like that's something you would probably want to keep long term then as well, like as long as it works.
Yeah, I mean, if it works, then we will.
Yeah, if people like it ultimately. Since we're talking a lot about gear, just kind of zooming out to a bit broader picture, some outstanding issues from our last meeting. If I consult the minutes here, plus skills is often brought up as something that's has a very high level of impact on your gearing choices and can feel for some, I think, a bit restrictive. As just
balance question.
Stronger than other
We did have a big
options.
conversation about that. I can't remember what we finally decided on there.
Yeah, it's one of those dexterity-like conversations.
Yeah.
I think we are trimming a few levels off the top.
Yeah, that's right.
And or more so,
more
so, we're trimming some off the top and moving some of it up so that there's still a high-level mod. But doing that for the weapon mods. But like, there's more to do here, for sure. I would say that given the like this league in particular, like I remember we started it and we were like, here's all the things that we've discussed we need to fix, we need to do all this, and then it was like, oh, and here's the like 8,000 other balance runes and crafting systems and everything we want to do, and new classes, and it was like new versus existing having a bit of a conflict, and we were so I wouldn't say we got to do as much of the balance fix up to a lot of the stuff we've discussed previous that we wanted to do here, but as you were talking about at the start of the Q&A, like that is and what Jonathan said is that is a lot of what we want to do, you know, while we have the team making the acts. Like that's a different kind of balance. We don't have, you know, you're not adding runes and crafting systems to the acts in the same way,
Which
right?
means that those designers
it's
are
a different team.
So freed up to be able to work on all of those kinds of larger balance concerns.
You can pretty much do some balance leagues between.
We do,
and,
exactly, and we do have a big list of stuff we want to change there. Like there's a lot.
It is a list.
Which isn't to say that we didn't do some balance for this.
I expect you to do almost none on this one, given the scope.
No, there's definitely some. There's some important ones too.
Which we'll cover a few of those.
We've got like, you know, some Chronomancer stuff. There's a whole, we're doing a bunch of stuff, but honestly, it just is as much as we can, to be honest. Like, you know, we're not sitting idly not doing it, but yeah, like, I understand that there's a few things which I assume you're going to bring up a couple others that are left unresolved, and
certainly.
Hopefully, maybe one of them's resolved. We'll see.
Well, the next one was Rarity, reprising our earlier discussions on Rarity from the last Q&A, where you were saying that you were eager to at some point remove Rarity from.
I am interested in doing that. It's still a question of what we can replace it with, but there is one other change to talk about around that is a bit more subtle, and I don't know whether it will matter or not. But one of the things we identified, I mean, look, the thing people often say with Rarity is they just don't want it to give currency. Yeah, that's like a common thing that they'll say. Like people who say they want to keep Rarity, they'll often say, "Oh, but it should. You could just remove the currency from it, and then it'll be okay." So what we were thinking about is like, there's this sort of market dynamic that goes on in PoE 1, but hadn't been going on in PoE 2 so much, where people couldn't really respond in PoE 2 to the market by like picking the reward type that they would like to get as much. So in PoE 1, it's like if currency is becoming more valuable, you can respond to that by farming leagues that give you more currency. And if uniques are becoming like more valuable, then you can respond to that by farming more uniques and that kind of stuff. So there was like a little bit of an aim here to make it so that the league's a little bit more like by picking what league you're also picking more of what types of rewards you want to get a little bit better, which can mean that like if there's a gap in the market, you can fill it that way, and that should result in like more price. We're getting total economist here right now, but it'll mean that people can respond to the price signals that the market is giving them by farming the correct thing to like get the thing that like the market is valuing more right now.
So we're actually seeing that phenomenal difference between the two games on like the economic statistic level.
Well, I think it's not so much looking at the statistics, but just realizing that like without the ability for players to do that, it can mean that you can get endless inflation in one thing because people people aren't able to respond to that by effectively getting more of that thing to drive the prices down again. So that kind of stuff actually can matter. And so one of the things we have been doing is making it so that here's a league you can farm more to get more of this thing. And like even with regard to something like Breach, because you can pick there's mods for picking what type of womb gift is going to drop more often. You can be like, okay, if currency's more valuable right now, I'm going to pick that one. That's I'm going to have that tree be the one that I'm getting more of, and that kind of stuff. So it's like giving a little bit more control over what the rewards are, which should actually lead to a bit more price stabilization here as well. But we'll see how that works. Like I don't know whether that's actually one of the things, but it does seem related to the fact that in PoE 2, since rarity effectively boosts everything, it meant that that mechanic wasn't letting it be one of the levers that people could use to respond to the market that way.
Yeah, exactly. You were just going to do it because it was clear.
Sorry, guys, for turning into an economist all of a sudden, but it's like
I like it. It's
one of those things.
I think it's just ignoring the whole economy aspect. It just gives players agency to target what type of loot they want anyway, right? How is that not just straight up better for like, here's what I need, here's what I want, I'm going to go get it, and here's the different levers I have to be able to achieve that, be it via choosing a different league, be it by choosing different multi-choice atlas tree things within that league, be it by picking a certain master and taking a certain Atlas Master skill that changes the rewards of one of the leagues. Like there's many different axes here, which is very, very cool to just be like, all right, we're going to try and get the best out of the uniques today, or I'm going to try and target farm this or that. And like, it's just a win, even if you're just like, I don't care about inflation and all of the trade and all of that. Like it's just good. So win-win on that regard, hopefully, assuming
but
the economy
saying
adapts.
that doesn't necessarily mean that we're like happy with how item find stuff is. Like there still might be changes.
Yeah, correct.
Well, it sounds like you're still eager to replace that.
Yeah, I am.
Given that you can find the
it's one of those things that's surprisingly hard, alongside Leach, alongside decks and various other things like the forever topics that always seem to come back and to haunt us every time.
Yes, keep you awake at night. Since we're talking economy and inflation, is that something you guys are kind of like interested in looking at in some way, like sinks for exalts or divines, or kind of managing that sort of stuff, where you just kind of like see what happens?
This is a weird one because some of the perceptions that people have about like what each thing means can be backwards from what people expect. But I do think that that's gonna come down to that sort of ability for people to respond to the market. I think that's going to help. But as I said, we'll see. If it doesn't help with that stuff, then we'll revisit it and see what happens.
More sinks for exalts is an inevitability for sure. It will occur at some. It just kind of has to. Sinks for divines. I don't know, find Mage Blood, see what happens.
I was like, you have something in the works for that one. I know how you do.
Good luck.
Yeah, wait and see with that. On the topic of crafting, are there any, with all this new stuff, are there any changes to like the existing stuff of crafting, like how the crafting systems work, the currencies work? How happy have you been with the introduction of Greater and Perfect orbs?
I would just say that Greater and Perfect are too, especially Perfect is just too common. Like we're probably going to have to nerf the drop rates of those.
Especially transmutes and orgs. Yeah.
And because effectively it's sort of being a problem in that kind of early in the end game crafting is like probably a little bit too easy. So we'll probably nerf the drop rates of some of that stuff a little bit. I think it's probably just a little bit too far. Like not to make them like impossible.
Mostly transmutes and augments.
Mostly transmutes and augments. It was just making it a little bit too easy.
Yeah.
So
I guess the outcome of that is that they become the norm like immediately, right?
Sure. So there'll probably be a change there. But like I think that it was just making it a little bit too easy to progress in that early end game part there.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to hit you with, I usually do this at the end, but right now, a surprise QOL UX round. So you've got this
delete the boss life bar,
which is an awesome addition. Very excited and kind of surprised that you did that as well. It's a huge leap over what you tested in the past that kind of went away for a while, which was like the ability to plan passives.
Yeah.
So I guess that was the reason why that went away, since you had a bigger project in mind. I'm curious, when you take a different angle on this, what don't you want to do with this? Like, where is the line of where you don't want this to? Because this is something that helps like players a lot. It's very in-game.
Right. Well, some people have asked us, like, are you going to suggest builds? Like, is GGG going to be like, here's some builds to play and that kind of thing? And I don't want to be doing that. I do want to leave it to the community to decide what is that stuff. So that means we're not going to be like, what I don't want it to be is like, okay, you like join the game for the first time and the game's like, pick a build, like, that isn't how it should work. Like it needs to be that that most, look, I know that a lot of players want to follow build guides, and that's absolutely fine. We want to give as good of tools as we can for that. But at the same time, like I still want the desirable theory of the of the game to be that you join the game having never played it before and you just explore and find the stuff that's interesting. So, you know, but then like if you're already going to a website to find a build guide, then at the point you've done that, like we might as well make that as easy as possible for you to do and follow and all that sort of thing. So
we've actually made sure to keep it hidden unless you know to do it.
So unless you basically
you don't open your passive tree and it's like load files and you're like, what the heck is going on here?
Now I should mention that we didn't put it in the live stream because we weren't like 100% sure that it would be there, but it is being worked on right now that there's going to be like a one-click solution for getting a build from a community website, right? So the idea is like, you know, a community website can put a link, and when you click the link, it'll just add it to your account.
Like with filters, like what?
Yeah, exactly like with filters, right? So then it can just add it to your account, and that way you don't have to screw around with files or anything. And that's important for console players as well because they obviously can't put files on the console. So basically they'll be able to, you know, add it to their account just like an item filter, and then now it's just going to appear there.
The
and
trust.
Then stuff will work.
I know right now you have to have a real trust in your filter creator. Because they can just hide mirrors. So hopefully your build creator, hopefully your build creators,
right?
So April 1st, your build creator just completely just changes your build and randomly for a day.
But the documentation for how to do the build files should be going up today-ish, and that means that what I'd expect to happen, although obviously it's up to them, like the various community projects like Path of Building and that kind of stuff, to all like adopt that and make it so that you can so that you can export a build from those tools, and then the creators can create websites showing those off and that kind of thing, and like that kind of stuff is what we'd expect to.
Yeah, it just improves the actual like physical act of like having a build guide and implementing that and using it for people who are. That's awesome.
And if we also find that like build creators are interested in adding notes to more places, like we tried to get everything we could think of, but there might be places where you're like, because the idea is like anywhere where a creator wants to be able to say like, here's some more tutorialization that they want to add. The idea is that they can kind of do that.
I love that.
Like that's the sort of.
I can tell people to upgrade their life flasks for life flasks that heal more life. Than
for sure,
one.
exactly like the example we had in the video.
Love it. It's very true. People overlook it. So another one from our outstanding minutes is the mouse and keyboard and controller hot swap.
I know, and it's becoming a running joke at this point of like people promising it every league and then not delivering it. And the annoying thing about it is that it's one of those things that like someone will work on it for like there's a surprising amount of code to do to change it, but then every time it's like the guy, like someone will work on it for like a month or something, and they'll be like, oh shit, we've got this urgent league UI that needs doing, and then they get derailed. But I promise this time is the time that we will get it for 1.0.
I took him for the fragment tab. Sorry.
Yeah, it is actually legitimate.
Also not
legitimately was,
but not sorry because the fragment tabs. Kind of, I want it and I need it.
Yeah, but it's like I think there was a bingo card that you saw where you're like, so many people want this.
Yeah, fragment
so you can actually blame the bingo card makers.
I guess so.
Hot swapping was on there too. I had my hand over it. I was like, look, they want the fragment tab.
I see.
Really, what I mean is, I want the fragment tab.
Another one that I haven't mentioned before, but revisiting is visibility issues. So skills, I think, are being designed to look as cool as possible under normal circumstances a lot of the time. Like the artist, I imagine, is working on them in that situation. But then they can become extreme on endgame builds, right? You're adding like 10 extra projectiles and screen size AoE scaling and attack speed. So I think like a good example is explosive grenade. Phenomenal looking skill, immensely satisfying. Sounds, visuals, But now we've got like grenade nova projectiles with totems firing out multiple of them at rapid pace.
It can get pretty extreme.
You got to put your sunnies on, man.
I know.
It's funny when I'm streaming, you can see the face just light up whenever you toss a grenade.
It's one of those things where, like, over time, ideally, we're able to just improve the situation with regard to effects. I mean, we do have some systems for limiting this kind of stuff, like to prevent certain particles from spawning.
I was wondering if like some sort of dynamic culling effect.
We do have stuff like that, but it's one of those things that it's easy for it to get left till the end and then not done, because the effects artists are obviously optimizing for what looks good. And whenever you're if effects artists come to me and like, hey, what do you think of the skill? It's not I tend not to be like, okay, now let's see it when there's like a bajillion of them, that's one of those steps we should probably take at some point. But it's like we do have systems for it. It's just a matter of like spending time working on it, and it's the kind of thing that just over time will slowly
it
improve.
Honestly is a time problem. We do it gets tested internally. It does get reported. There are issues, tasks that are made, and they say, help my frame rate, help my eyes. It does say that, and 100%. And then it's like, I could optimize this. I don't quite know how, and a few people have to collaborate to do it.
We definitely do fix the worst cases, like when they're really, really bad. But before you see them, ideally. But there can also just be cases where it's like we didn't realize that a build would be created that could get to this level of insane.
Well, yeah, when explosive grenades were added, there wasn't a way to do all of this
exactly.
Stuff.
So
then,
and
three leagues later,
sometimes it is the balance that's the problem, right? And then so that can be a bit tricky when it's like, how do you know, is this an engine task, an art task, is it a balance task? And that's
the funny thing about it as well, because all of those sorts of issues have to actually go to a game designer, because they're the ones who can decide, like, is this even acceptable in the first place? And that's like a sort of a very tricky thing. So like we did do some nerfs in 040, I believe, to some of the grenade spam stuff that you could do. But then I believe there were some other mechanics added that kind of made it come back again. So, you know.
Yeah, it was it was like slight enough and then way more.
It happens.
Yeah, that's good.
But, you know, like we'll resolve them over time. Like we will get it better.
And just to reiterate, because in the past we'd asked about the idea of like transparency sliders or brightness sliders.
I'm not a fan, honestly. Like I think it does fundamentally kind of ruin something there that I'm not, you know.
So you that's like the.
I want to try and fix it so that you don't even have to think about it. That it's not a setting you need to do. It's not anything like that.
You want to take the hard route. On that, which
for sure.
is,
always, every time. The hard route. That's the best route.
The last one I have, maybe, unless there's some extra chat ones in there, is you guys looking to get full Steam Deck verified sometime?
Yes. Well, I was telling you about that earlier. So so this is a there were a few things around the UI that made it so we couldn't get Steam Deck verified, like UI. So we've actually added a lot of options for UI scaling in like different areas now. So pretty much everything, like like hovers versus like the like just like all these different areas are now scalable. All the different parts of the UI, and that means we can now have defaults for Steam Deck that we can now go, okay, hey Valve, can you Steam Deck verify us please, and get all that stuff. And we're sort of testing on the Steam Deck now. Like we have Steam Deck stuff internally. It's a thing we're taking seriously because we know there are a lot of people who want to be able to play it on the deck. So it is now a thing that we're I really want to make sure that by launch especially that it's like a perfect experience. Awesome. There's still some performance issues at the end game on Steam Deck, like it's still not quite there that we need to work on. But during campaign it's fine. But
I'm not going to play grenades on Steam Deck.
So there's like a few things there we still need to do to improve. But in terms of like the experience of like the main experience and all that stuff, it's way better now.
Great news. Excellent. I keep seeing it in chat, so I'm just going to ask it. But like, people are asking, like, tell me about Mage Blood, but like quite clearly,
we're not going to tell you about Mage Blood.
Yes.
You have to find Mage Blood.
You want people to find Mage Blood. I mean, you did drop some extra hints there, kind of subtly. But people maybe you can rewatch the Q&A and kind of like find out what those hints were.
I know how to tease a unique.
I mean, this is like outside of a headhunter or something. This is like one of the most like chase long-awaited items.
And the tricky thing is making sure that people actually like it as well, because we don't want to disappoint people.
Yes,
that would be sad.
It's going to be insane, though. It's going to be insane.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. When we're filming the trailer, I'm like, you make sure that Mage Blood's on the screen for a second. You put that text there.
There's one frame of Mage Blood.
But it's so rare. I'm like, I don't care. Do it.
Excellent. There's one for you to look forward to. Before we jump into the end game, let's talk a little bit about campaign leveling. So there's a pretty nice signposting tricks additions there.
Yeah. In one case, completely literally signpost.
Literally a signpost. I did
signpost on the road when you already only have to follow the road.
So we do understand that if you're a repeated playthrough, like it needs to be that it can be efficient. We were thinking about like what is better in PoE 1 than PoE 2 in this respect, and we're thinking there's just like people have just learned a lot of tricks. But then we're like, are there even enough tricks in PoE 2 to learn? Like, like we want more mastery things. Like we want it so that if you're paying attention, you actually can work out, hey, like this thing leads to that thing and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, go nuts on this.
We are just going nuts on it, right? Because it won't actually affect the time it takes for a first-time player to play through, because like they're not going to know what it means.
And that's the secret, isn't it? That's
exactly.
That's the secret sauce there.
And like, in some cases we have shortened some stuff. Like for example, at the end of Act 2, there was like 2 areas of the cart. The Farragut cart. Now there's just one.
Oh, nice.
Like this, the one that there is like very slightly longer than one was before, so like it doesn't feel feel like a complete compromise of that, but like it is definitely shorter than what it was. There's just stuff like that all through the game, and then there's some counterintuitive things that we've done. Like in some cases, you want to take an area and that was linear and actually make it non-linear, but with wayfinding, right? Because if something's linear, there's literally only one path to go. Like it entirely depends on what your clear speed is to get from one end to the other. Whereas if something is more open, but then you've got things that point you where to go. It's like if you know what those are, now you can get through it faster. But if you don't know what they are, it's still like an area that's going to take you a little while to get through.
Giving the possibility of a shortcut.
Exactly. So things like that can actually be something kind of counterintuitive that you can do. Because a lot of people just assume, like in order to make it shorter, the way to do it is just make the levels smaller, you know. But that would compromise the first time experience. So it really is about like, you know, how can I make it take you less time while also not making it take you less time if you were playing for the first time.
Yeah, even like the jungle ruins now, the silverback, the big old quadrilla is now in the direct center of the level.
Right. So that means you can always find him easily, right?
If you find him, you know, northeast, southwest, you just know. And then obviously you can find the camp is another way. You know, there's all these different ways. I mean, if you find the venom crypts, you escape out the other end.
Yeah. So there's an extra exit in the venom crypts that comes out directly next to the exit of the area. So if you want to go down through the venom crypts, it's actually can be a faster way to find the exit to the zone. There's like a shortcut through there.
Cool.
So and then the venom crypt. Here's an interesting one. All the snakes. This is one people probably want to notice. I'm going to tell you. All the snakes will go towards where the venom crypts are. So all the snake, the little snake
they're going
home. They're going towards it. So if you see a snake, that's the way.
Follow the snakes.
There's like little details like that everywhere. Just little things like that.
That's so cute. I love it.
There's a little bit of stuff with monsters as well. Like there's in the venom crypts again. Towards the boss room where there was the shaman making the whole venom potion, now you get more of the humanoid monsters of that tribe.
So that was an area. It was really hard to find that final place like where it was. But now that you know, like, oh, if I find those type of monsters, that means I'm getting near the place where the you know where that.
We've done that in a few places. So like a density of monsters increasing, or more so the other types of monsters phasing out as well. So an introduction of an abnormal monster or one that's not natural to the rest of the area, or in some cases one that's natural to the area, and then you get to a section where now only those monsters are there and all the other monsters aren't spawning. For example, the snakes in Keth. Right around Kabbalah's section, the boss there is only Serpent Clan. You don't get the other
if you want to find Kabbalah, then you run in the direction where there's more snakes.
Yeah,
you know, like that kind of stuff. So that is it. I don't know if we'll get it all perfect in one go, but we're going to be doing a lot more of just that sort of stuff all through the campaign.
We definitely got more to do, and we're just going to keep going.
Excellent. Good stuff.
And also what we're finding is it's just adding more flavor to the areas. It's adding more identity. It's adding more interesting things. And it's just an upgrade overall and on every axis.
I had a little bit of hands-on time, and I was especially a fan of the Ogham village change because now you actually you come in and there's an obvious cobblestone road there, and if you follow that, you get to the blacksmith.
Exactly.
It's
that was so annoying to find before.
And it actually it makes the zone feel a lot better as an actual zone too. Now it actually feels like a village, like a town. It doesn't feel like just a random maze like it was before. So it actually, a bit more of a believable, realistic area. So good stuff. On the leveling topic, something that comes up somewhat often is this idea of so you've got new skills getting unlocked all the way through into late Act 4. And I always thought of this personally as a good thing, right? Like you've got a nice steady progression of new stuff to play with. But recently I saw some interesting reasons why people don't like this. And that's the idea that you sometimes spend hours leveling a build that just isn't your build. Like you play all the way through to Act 4 on some other build that you don't want to play until you get your top tier ice skill there. So I have to imagine you're a fan of having that long tail of progression. But there are other reasons why you kind of want this spread. And how do you feel the idea of compressing, I don't know, maybe the main skills down to the first 30 levels or something?
That's actually not something that I've had come up before in terms of being a problem like that. So that's very interesting to think about.
I've seen. I prefer the slow unlocks personally. That's my style. I prefer.
It's certainly as a first-time player, you want it to be that you kind of get that, it feels like your build is still progressing as you get through the game. But it is interesting, of course, to think if you want to just speed through and you want to play a certain build. That is certainly something
even on the experimentation level. So when you respec to a character at Endgame, it's just trash. It feels bad generally to do that because you didn't have that evolution of that build over time. And I feel maybe if you're swapping over at level 52 to to your actual build then, because that's when you get the skill, then you don't actually really have much of that progression evolution of your build to test.
It might be more of a matter of just swapping where some skills are given.
I think
like, it also can also be that we're not necessarily, like, it's not necessarily clear when we're creating the build, like what some skills might end up being ones that feel like main skills in that way.
Yeah, I imagine that needs
so
review
there's probably likely that's like one of the issues there is just like moving things around where they start.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't want something that's like too flashy to be something you get really, really early, because otherwise it feels kind of strange in the power curve. Like you do need to feel like that level of progression of like the skills get more epic. So
I imagine like it's pretty okay to have things like those glory skills and stuff like that right down the bottom there.
Well, certainly.
Like
I mean, the last row tends to always be those sort of ultimate type things that, like in theory, those are not things that your entire build is like made around. So it's more just sort of extra.
The examples that I get see brought up usually aren't that sort of thing, but rather like what's that ice skill that shoots projectiles everywhere? That round spinny one. Winter something.
Is it Winter Orb? Is that the name?
Or Eye of Winter.
Eye of Winter, that's the one. Yeah, Eye of Winter is an example that I see get brought up because like it is on that last tier and it is kind of a main skill and it's not really like a big cooldown skill.
Point. Yeah, no, that one honestly might be able to come down.
All right, so that's something to
maybe.
I suspect there's some tweaks to the levels. There's some reorganization. There's possibly. I mean, I could see a thing where also once we have the full campaign in place. Maybe there's a point where we're like, okay, you want every skill by, and then we come up with a new point. You know, like. But
I honestly suspect the rearranging is the solution there.
Nice. Okay, sure. That's good to hear. I think that'll be good for these people who feel like they don't get to play their build for a long time. There.
Right.
Kind of carrying on with the topic of skills, builds, and balance, we have the 2 new ascendancies, which you seem to be getting a little bit like with the classes. They're following a similar trajectory of getting a little bit more. A little bit extra, a little bit more high effort each time. So,
as we kind of went from PoE1, like you know, we have changed some, but ascendancy classes are kind of like just forever things. Yep. You know, we obviously have a whole alternate classes league and stuff like that, which is cool. But you know, we don't. On rare occasions, we're obviously going to change the balance, change kind of what the skills are, but who those characters are and the identity of that, most of them are going to remain fixed for like a long time.
Yep.
You'll get rebalances, you'll get changes, like obviously, right? We've done that a lot, but like, you know, I wouldn't expect the Deadeye to despawn anytime soon as an identity. If ever, just by the way, just and so like they just need to be high effort and they need to be, you know, something that we are like something that comes up a lot and you'll notice it in these two. Like now for every single beast boss, the Spirit Walker,
yes,
we have to make a tamed version.
This is what I keep saying, like, why do this to yourself?
For every mod on gloves, of which we just added a bunch of alloys. And there's, you know, it goes on and on. We have to. It's a maintenance. But the thing is, as I said, these are forever classes. These are identities. These are very important. And so it's like always very worth it. But now it's a bit of a rant here about those beasts because it's come up a bit recently where I'm like, what is a beast? Are the new pinnacle bosses beasts? And I'm just like, oh no, what's going on here? What are we doing? Like, you know, like some, you know, there was the
shapeshifted one who turns into a werewolf, a beast when they're in shapeshift form.
Wow, exactly. So, you know,
what, you got to tame the count? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, only in second form.
Only in second phase, yeah, maybe, or maybe because
I mean, cool.
You know, or maybe specifically. Nah, I don't know. I don't know where we're getting with that. I don't know. The point is, it gets a little bit complicated. It's like, where does it end? And, you know, how much you're talking about, you know, visibility. How much of your screen are you willing to have be a gigantic pinnacle boss? And thing is, like, changing the scale is not actually as trivial. Like,
yeah, I was like, I thought you make them smaller, but then I saw like the giant bird boss. I'm like, nope, that looks like a normal size boss right there.
I think that's fun, but you know, we did limit it to 1. We did internally have it that people were running around with 5 for a while, and it was a little bit off, a little bit out of control. But yeah, it's quite fun. But I'm so excited to just see how honestly, it's such a weird thing to say. I'm so excited for how much work we've created for ourselves in the future.
I'm very glad to hear that. That is good. That was the right mindset, I think. Excellent. So with the tame beast thing, like when you get your first ascendancy, that tame beast gem is actually a higher level though. Like, is this something you?
Yeah, we are. We do have a thing that we're going to do about that.
Okay.
There's a solution I believe that we had for that one.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah.
And with this being the idea of being a big single beast, and a lot of the time, like, I don't know that bosses compared to say like aura beasts don't have a bunch of utility stuff on them. Like, I'm sure there'll be some, but not as much exactly. So I imagine you want these to actually be things that kill stuff. So how do you make the big single minion work?
We have, like, honestly, I think it might have even been, we've tripled the damage, I think, of tamed beasts. Just FYI.
Cool.
We're doing a few changes around that because we want like damaging companion builds outside of obviously just Wolf Zerg to be more of a thing. So, you know, we're doing a bunch of changes to, for example, we're trying to give them a longer revive time. The idea behind the revive time on that, which I know sounds bad, but just let me explain the thing, is that with obviously an undead build, you generally have a swarm. And so the
No one cares, right? Minions, we're good. We're good. All right, good. We're good. Like, what could possibly be being said right now? I'm just lip reading.
These like uninvested aura companions, and when they die, you should feel that more. Like you should be having to invest into them to keep it alive.
Okay.
On the other end, we're making them deal way more damage, so they're more of just an aura bot. And then for the bosses in particular, what we've done is gone through and for every single one of them, we've gone, okay, are you good at stunning? Are you good at freezing? Maybe they have, the primed for stun thing. Maybe they have, we're trying to just really give each of them something that can complement your build.
Themes a bit.
So it isn't just a question of just taking the boss as it is and being just like, hey, it's like all of them are actually like designed, in terms of like what they can be.
Crazy. So it's even more effort. Because
it's more like, it's just more like taking a creature that's got existing animations and be like, now we have to completely do AI and everything.
We're adding a bunch of new passives for companions. There's obviously a bunch of uniques. Some of, I think we showed 1 or 2 today. But yeah, playing into that archetype a lot more for sure. It's definitely way more fun to play. Like lately, it's just running around with your kind of mini zoo. It's kind of fun. So.
Awesome. On the martial artist, the Fists of Stone that converts gloves, you showed that working with a rare, and that was quite spicy. A lot of uniques don't have like modifiers that are like actual kind of like regular modifiers. So does this work on uniques?
Certainly does.
Crazy.
Why not?
Why not?
Every unique glove from now on, you gotta find some way to convert their modifiers into something else.
Does it affect the mods that go on the runes that are in the item?
I don't think it affects socketed mods. No,
right.
It's meant to affect every explicit mod. We talked recently about vile corruptions and whether or not it does or doesn't. So TBD. But yes, it does affect uniques. It is intended to affect all essence mods and alloys and all of that. But like, honestly, you will go as far as we can with these until we run out of time.
You've got the rune modifiers that have their unique modifier pools now. So I guess you're doing those too.
I was just trying to think of some uniques to talk about, but I can't remember a whole lot of specifics.
Yeah,
so it's one of those find out things.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm wondering what happens if there's like a pair of unique gloves like grants a skill or something like that. What are you going to do with that?
We generally don't touch the skills.
They'll actually stay there, so you could still use it potentially. So that's interesting in its own way too.
Or, like, we're not... Look, having to remake a skill for this is a little bit in the... Okay, I talk about creating work for ourselves. That's like that's not a bang for buck win. So like making a new skill of a skill for this, that's a line that would have to be very special to cross. So maybe in the future, but not right now. Yeah,
right on. So normally patch notes would be right out after this Q&A, but thankfully we're not holding that hostage today, as that's coming out a week before.
Yeah, so it still needs to be that it's a week before launch because there's still too much that will change between now and then.
Usually going right up until the end.
If you got them now, that'd be inaccurate, and then you'd get disappointed or even happier. Who knows? But too much would just change, and
But maybe we can speak like on the bigger picture intentions, which to some extent we've already been doing a bit, but. Like a classic, another minutes from previous. You've done some bust armor invasion, added some new mechanics here and there. Is there any additional love for those on the card in some way, or defenses in general discussion?
Defenses. So we looked at a couple of things. Like the first thing we identified, because I'm all about like just reviewing the fundamentals. Is we're like, okay, we at some point in one of our many millions of spreadsheets we were like, okay, here's obviously you have an expected amount of how much defense does someone have at a certain point in the game. Now that we have obviously enough players, enough statistics, we went and then had a look, and we were like, oh, people are way low, especially at say between interlude, Act 4, mid game, early end game. People's defenses are significantly lower than what we had deemed as what we wanted them to have. And you can look at that in a few ways. You can say, well, okay, people aren't upgrading gear as much as we wanted or expected. People aren't upgrading, I wouldn't say want, expected is definitely more of the thing. People aren't maybe taking as many defensive passives as we had expected, etc. And there are obviously many reasons for that. Some of them are garbage. But at the end of the day, right, we balance the game for people to have this much of a defense or this much EHP, and they don't have it. So let's get them to have that amount is our plan. So instead of obviously changing, you can either change monster damage at that point, or we can give people more defenses. So we are generally buffing all of the base types on all of the defensive gear, on all armor and evasion, I should say.
Fuck you, energy shield.
The end of endgame, because like peak characters, there's a lot. You can get a lot. So like we've taken some of the outliers that are the things that make the end game characters have a lot of those defenses and kind of brought them a bit down. So it shouldn't be worse. It should just be the same. But relative to rares, they could be a little bit worse. But yeah, ultimately,
this is mostly from Act 3 onwards, right?
Pretty much, yeah. So more armor and evasion is the start point. We've done a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, I mean, energy shield there's a thing where it has too much recovery available, like too easily for recharge, and like we've done a few things. A lot of them are outliers, not necessarily all of them. So we've done a bit of changes to a whole bunch of stuff. But in particular, we're also doing the deflection equation is honestly kind of not good enough.
Deflection shouldn't exist in the current
rewarding for very little investment, and then there's like a kind of weird thing in the formula that I was trying to figure out the other day. But and then for investing beyond that, it's kind of like, well, not worth it.
Yeah.
The passive tree nodes are too weak. There's all these clusters there no one cares about. Well, mostly. There's other things like the armor applies to elemental. Like there's a bit of it. Generally, it isn't weak, but I wanted 5 clusters for it. I wanted you to be able to actually invest in it if you were in different parts of the tree. Currently, there's only like 3 nodes that grant it in the strength section. It's not enough. And then all the way through to like things like the hybrid section of the passive tree, where normally you have armor in the strength section. Over here you have evasion in the dex section, and then combined you should have both of them on the nodes. And you do for armor and evasion, and then you have I know, big rant here. Then you have things where like, okay, all the armor and evasion notables are like kind of hyper conditional. Some of them don't even grant armor and evasion, and so there's just like a ton of work across the board. And then those secondary defenses don't generally have hybrid nodes, which they should. So if you're now playing hybrid, you have to double invest in the secondary axes, and so there's just all kinds of just like, honestly, what I would establish as fundamental problems going on here that just need to all be addressed. And when I look at all of them, I'm like, well, they all are just buffing it. So that's great.
Awesome.
Except for like a little bit of energy shield problems,
Yes.
Other hybrid going more northeast, like we looked at all evasion, pure evasion versus pure evasion with 1,000 energy shield or more kind of thing, as in a ghost dance user.
Yep.
And like the differential in power of using ghost dance with 1k ES is just out of control. And I know everyone will be like, make everything like that. That's how this works. We're not going to do that. So like Ghost Dance needs some changes, but then also playing hybrid without that needs to be brought up. So there's a whole bunch. And then also, I mean, the highest death rate, just to be clear, and by 300%, is armor ES, which I don't have an exact plan for yet, but that needs a lot of love.
There's a missing piece of the puzzle there.
Yes, and it's obvious, right? You look at it and you're like, obviously, but it's I don't exactly know what the solution is yet, but we need to do some more love there. But like generally speaking, yes, there's a couple of OP outliers, but everything should be getting raised up for average player, especially mid game, early end game, without having to and you don't have to. The only way to play it shouldn't be this one very specific node to take this very specific skill or use this very specific node or use this very specific unique, and just trying to make it just more broadly like investing in defenses no matter what feels good. And we're not there yet. So anyway, Giga rant. Covered a lot of things there, but anyway.
I saw a few questions about it in chat. It does surprise me a little bit. I thought there was more of a consensus that life on the tree was unpopular, as it was kind of in Path of Exile 1, and it was always deemed as like a tax, like, oh, I guess I got to pay my life node tax. But I'm curious how you obviously removed life from the tree in PoE 2 effectively. What led to that decision, and how do you feel about it now, kind of like 0.5 of the way in?
Again, I personally prefer it not being there. I think it makes the decisions of what I'm taking on the tree more interesting and where I'm pathing.
To not have it.
I think, to not have it. I think that will increase over time. I think I am less penalized for hunkering down in a certain section as opposed to having to get this like minimum life percentage threshold by going to certain spots. I think it allows you to be a bit more free, but I also understand why people are asking for it. Especially, like, I see a lot of people comparing life and energy shield, where it's obvious, right? They're both your life pool, but energy shield should be compared to armor and evasion, and obviously they're asymmetric, so I can understand how that can't be so trivial. And I can also understand that when people are dying to a thing and they don't necessarily understand why, the answer is, I need more life. And I get it. But that can... Not that it can be that the problem and the solution don't have to be the same thing. Like, there's an obvious path to the solution when you're dying, you're running out of life. But it can be that there are other ways to solve that problem. And when I look at the defenses and just identify fundamental problems, how much of that problem will be solved by just fixing those fundamentals?
You want to make those juicy to take and actually.
Yeah, so I'm not ready just yet to, like, you know. But that doesn't say things like these are off the cards, for sure.
Yeah, I know you've been discussing.
But if the defenses are bad, then we should fix the defenses first and then see if it's still bad.
Really, I'm just going to go follow the trail of bad until, and then we'll see.
It's just that the reason why we don't want to do it is really we just don't want to make it so that, okay, if you don't know to pick life, then you're just going to suck. And this is a thing that PoE 1 has, right? If you don't know that you have to pick life. Yeah. If you don't know that, you just die. And we wanted to try and remove like noob traps, right? Of just things where, like, okay, like the things you just have to know. And so ideally we can get to a situation where we just don't, you know.
Thing is, I'd even rather solve it with the more immediate options. So, for example, if you're dying a lot and you're like, I need more life, here's a cluster 12 passive points away. It's like, okay, so I got to level 12 more times to now feel a bit stronger. I would rather just immediately go, if you need more life, then the way to get that should be itemization solutions. Like, you should be doing it on your gear and that should be something that is readily available via things like essences or various crafting systems. Like, I mean, Runic Ward kind of is that in a way. It's like, I'm dying. Okay, let's add some Runic Ward. Now I'm probably going to die less. Like, I understand it's more of like a campaign, newer player problem kind of thing, but I don't like, you know, I need to be tankier now because I'm dying. I can't overcome this boss. It's all good. I'll be able to solve it 2 days from now if they're playing only like an hour or two a day. So I also just want to make sure there are immediate solutions to these things as well via itemization. So it might be even that we need to look at that more. I mean, okay, I am looking at that more recently. I was like, damn, a lot of these runes that go in your armor, just because we're doing the martial artist and you get these rune slots. And I was like, okay, in-game there's some chase stuff, but these ones in the campaign are just kind of sad. Like, there's some sad, like, obviously resistances are fine. I got no issue with that, but some of these other armor runes, I'm like, well, that's not, okay, I put that in and now I'm like just, I'm 2% tankier? Like, what am I even getting out of this? Like, I want to make sure that, so I was looking recently and I'm like, we just need to buff all these armor runes. Like, those were meant to be problem solvers for holes in your core stats throughout the campaign. And so even just things like that, where it's like, yeah, you should be able to just get a lot more of that just by using defense or armor slot runes, as well as adding new ones, because honestly, there's kind of a thin selection and it just ends up being like resistances in most slots until endgame again. Well, even still sometimes just resistances there as well, depends. But yeah, obviously we're adding 160, so that's a big difference. But I wanted to make sure there's a lot more in the campaign, and the campaign ones are buffed as well. So I don't know. There's heaps going on here. It's like hard to real nail down to a single problem and a single solution. And I know there's like the easy way out, and we spoke. We don't like necessarily the easy way out. And I don't want to have to make these kind of compromising decisions that I feel like have made a very good upgrade in many ways. When we have just fundamental problems left, right, and center still. So we'll just keep fixing them, and that's part of, again, this lead up. Like we need to address a lot of these fundamental balance concerns by release, right? This is why we're wanting to do, these intermediary patches, and here on out just like make everything better, plug all the holes, get everything good. Because it's really hard to do that when you're adding 100 new systems and crafting systems at the same time. You're like, okay, we're making holes faster than we can plug them. And it's obviously not that dire. Like most of the time, it's like pretty, things are pretty comfortable. But it's obviously it's my job to make these good. And so I look at them with a lot more self-criticism. But at the end of the day, we will get it pretty damn good, if not, perfect. Balance is never perfect.
We were talking about yesterday, how do you make the passive skill tree good for launch? Like, how do you get that? Like, what are the problems with it? Because it's something that, like, you're adding more and more cool stuff to it, but at the same time, there's still people that just kind of like don't like the passive tree for some reason, and it's often a lot of different reasons, like the size of it, the travel nodes, the downside nodes.
It takes a lot of massaging to get the tree into a good kind of state, and it's really, really tricky detail work as well. Like the difference of just like one node here, one connection there can like make a huge difference to quite a lot of stuff. So it's just
I've identified, as I said, issues with defenses, there's issues with lack of interesting mechanics and some of those is just due to the absence of classes. Like you'll notice the parts of the tree that have two classes for the start point have just generally a lot more going on, because there's a lot more stat design, mechanics design, and stuff that's happened. So that's the thing that expands, and as you get more ascendancy classes, as I said, we're doing the Spirit Walker, all of a sudden companion stuff's going to be a lot more fleshed out. So this is stuff that's just going to happen over time anyway, but we're going to do a big push to try and fill in all those gaps. There's obviously just like a bunch of just terrible clusters. As I said, there's notable armor and evasion notables with no armor and evasion, and they have a stat, but why can't they have like a immune to ailment thing, but why can't they also have armor and evasion? Why must it be only one or the other? And there's all kinds of just things like that kind of everywhere, and it does take time. It does take a lot of like really fine work of going through and tweaking everything, and iteration after iteration after iteration, but it'll be all right.
I think some of us feel like a little lost on what you need to do, the passive tree, but we walked away from that conversation with you. You seem pretty confident that you know exactly what you need to do. You're like, give me a day, I'll fix this section. Like
100%. I did literally say, give me a day and I'll fix one of the slices. And it won't be perfectly fixed, because again, but it'll be twice, 3 times, 4 times as good. But like getting a day is not exactly entirely trivial, but that's all right. We'll get there. I am confident we'll get there, though. I have no doubt in my mind that I see a road to success there. So it's just a matter of getting there. It takes time, and I don't want to make things worse in the meanwhile as well. So obviously knee-jerk reactioning everything in, and sometimes stuff you can't come back from or makes it very hard to come back from can be very dangerous. But I would say that like, if there's any criticisms after 1.0, which there always will be, like, of course, you can't, there's always going to be some finer than others, some broader. It should be significantly less core issues by that point, if hopefully the majority of all of them are addressed. So, hopefully if we do a couple of cool eventy league economy resets between here and full release, we'll do some substantial passive tree updates as well at the same time. That way we can get a lot of feedback and testing, right? I'm not just going to take a shot in the dark without people being able to get their hands on it. So, which is similar to why we're doing the Endgame now is very important, because you need a lot of testing and a lot of eyes on that for quality, for just making sure people really enjoy the Endgame after 10,000 hours, not just, how it looks at the start. There's a lot of time there, and obviously the player base is capable of testing this at a significantly faster rate than we are. And so that's the joy of being able to try and get all this done before the release, and have it be as flawless as possible.
Excellent. On the build meta side of things, one of the ones that came up was fire and ignite builds, but kind of like damage over time builds in general. In particular, there's kind of like absence of the pure damage over time build. Like it seems to be always better to scale the hit damage and treat things like ignite as an add-on. And there seems to be various other problems with ignite as well in terms of like scaling. It seems to be always correct to go like stacking, or in some cases people are saying like, well, the best way to play ignite is chaos damage. So how do you guys feel about kind of like the state of that sort of thing?
Those keystones are always going to have that level of like one way is quantifiably better than the other in an interesting way, but yeah, this obviously it's not fully fleshed out or fully right. Like you can tell while playing this, and we do want to do more. It was number 3 on I had my like top 5. Here's the things I want to fix. So like defenses was number 1. Number 2, I think I actually had some stuff to do with some minion stuff, which, I mean, we've done a lot of itemization for, but I didn't get to do as much as I wanted. You know, we had the ascendancy classes in there, had chronomancer in there, and I had, you know, there was like some gemling stuff in there, and we had chaos hits, and, you know, by correlation, Archon, we had ignite. Like, these are all in my, I was saying top 5, this is now a top 10 list,
That's
I guess.
More than 5. Okay, yep.
But, you know, like, they're all up there, and so as soon as we actually get to haul ass and start fixing all the balance,
cool.
more than we, you know, have been able to with this patch, given that it's kind of the same resources, trying to ensure Endgame is good, and trying, like, there's quite a bit of overlap there, and with all the crafting systems in the league, like the same resources that are going to be looking at all of these. So as soon as we can get to, you know, as soon as we're like back focused working on the campaign with our core like content, monsters, pipeline, etc., and, you know, thus doing less systems, we can have those guys come in and just like start fixing all of these balance systems.
Is the intention to get to there being builds that are like the pure dot feel, like where you don't really have the upfront hit damage, so you dual flame blast and then it's just pure ignite, that sort of thing?
Oh, like the whole spreading wildfire ignite fantasy 100% needs to be a thing where you're just doing like, you know, there is the thing where, like, when you take away hits, things can lose a lot of satisfaction, but there is a different kind of satisfaction of just watching the world burn around you or decay around you. So, you know, you trade one for another, and different players have their different preferences, but 100% that is something that we want to support. We had a bunch of keystones in mind for enabling it. We had different supports that we thought we could try to enable it. It's just a matter of being time to execute it. So I would be very, very surprised if it doesn't come in one of these interim patches between here and full release, though, to at least some degree.
With that wanting to get things right for 1.0, there's I have a feeling that like 1.0 is like where you get to establish like here's the baseline of what the game is supposed to look like, and that's what you were saying with Endgame, indeed. So I kind of wonder about like how you feel about a few things and how close they are to where you want them to be for that game's foundation thing. One of them is the pace of combat, especially in Endgame maps across the build spectrum. So like from the lower end build to the really high end builds that are just currently like 100 move speed through maps.
It's a really tricky question because like people get such different experiences here. I mean, like there are definitely a few, like part of the issue that we have is that people often judge things by watching streamers who are often playing something that's completely cracked and out of control.
Sure.
And so people don't get an understanding of what the average player is actually experiencing. And it can even like affect like our designers in some ways because like, yeah, when you look at people and they're just like completely trivializing things, it's easy to forget that the average player isn't like, you know, is actually taking a lot longer. And when I say average, like the true average is like way worse than you might expect in terms of the number of minutes that it takes them to kill bosses and so on. Like, you know, like it's easy. Yeah, it's easy to look at it and be like, oh yeah, like everyone's killing bosses in 5 seconds. But really, there's a lot of people out there who aren't.
So do you feel pretty good about the lower end of things, but less good about the higher end of things?
Well, I mean, there's things that need to come up as well, for sure. But it's more just that, like, okay, like, you know, there's some things that are a bit out of control with, like, you know, on the top end, like, you know, some of the stuff going on with triggering and like is a bit out, you know, it's a bit out of control. And so there's stuff like that, and like as I said, I think a lot of people judge the pace of combat from things like that. So you know, yeah, like I guess that's
ultimately it comes down to if you have a mage blood or equivalent, you should be cracked.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think I've said before that the ideal situation is the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a pretty damn tough fight. But then after that, you're getting more stuff. You like the post pinnacle content of getting uniques and like pretty like leads to like craziness, and then you feel like a complete god. Like you do want to get to that point. It's just that, you know, like there's just
By the way, I have made made a change in that regard, by the way, which I know will be nice for some people. Every boss where you've had to farm for the fragment and go through 60 maps and you finally got there does now have infinite attempts.
Nice.
So once you've earned it, unless you decide to log out and
I thought we did that in 040.
we did it for some things and not for others.
Right, okay.
It's just
So it's
it is
all
it is across the board
But
now.
there's a node you can click where you get one try and double the uniques.
You can try it. You can die 150 times and keep going. But of course, if you just like let your instance time out and die, that's a different story. So if you go to bed, sorry, my bad.
Go to bed defeated and failed.
I would still love to be able to do that, such that if you log back in, like the next day, you're still there and able to do it. But there's a slight technology gap there for maps right now. But I know that's just it's. The whole the reason I bring that up is because that whole I don't want to fight the pinnacle yet because I might fail it, and or fight the end boss.
And then what that leads to is that you only do it once you've over prepared.
Yeah, and then your first encounter is disappointing. I've done that
exactly.
Before,
So that's the reason.
You're like, that was kind of lame.
Yeah.
It's not what you want. You want to go in early and have an uphill battle the first time, don't you?
For sure.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess what I'm trying to say there is that I think that that the pace of combat is correct in many instances. It's just that there are some things that then lead to that being bananas. But then you still want it to be bananas after the point where you've done that. So it's just a question of the power progression needs to be right. In terms
Sounds
of
like if anything, you just want a wide spectrum and just tuning some certain points of that.
For sure.
There's crazy things you see where even when you go and ask a lot of our designers, you're like, how long do you reckon the average boss fight takes? And you specify a boss. You're like, how long do you reckon the average? I don't know, what's a random boss? That killing the Forsaken Sun takes, let's say. And honestly, I would say my experience at this point with understanding how to gear my character and build my build at that point, sometimes it's honestly 8 seconds and sometimes it's 20 seconds. And it's like, is it ever really more than that? Yeah. And then you get that with obviously a lot of our designers play and a bunch of people. And then you go and actually look at the stats and you're like, oh, it's 119 seconds average. That's 2 minutes. That's what we intended for it to be.
Yeah.
And so the average across and that's the average, which means there's some people taking 4 minutes and whatnot. And so it's actually like, the numbers are not as bad. And it turns out if you know what you're doing and you are good and you play a lot, you kind of kill things quickly. I know a lot of people might be like, you should have that be flatter because what the hell, an 8-second fight's not necessarily fun, right? You're not engaging with any mechanics and stuff. And some people are like, nah, if you're that powerful, you're that powerful. And if you know what you're doing, have it be that fast, right? So it's a bit of thing where some people want the way less variance between character power, but also then that feeds into the end game of you want characters that feel like gods among gods, right? Like you can do that, but it is again just comes back to who, do you have item X, item Y, item Z of different kinds. So when things are too cheaply OP, as in almost free, and I don't mean economically, I mean as in your general time to earn, generally that has to come down.
And I think that really is the message overall of if it cost you a lot, then you can be a god. If it didn't cost you very much, maybe that's going to be something that we would consider nerfing.
So Leach.
Yeah. I was going to ask, that's my next one, the state of recovery, especially because really fast life recovery tends to lead to situations where in combat the only thing that matters is the thing that kills you instantly. So how do you feel about recovery overall?
So we're definitely unhappy with Leech, and this is one of those things where we attempted to simplify.
Leech is impossible. Leech is so bad right now.
Complicated Leech thing in the history of the universe.
So funny.
And so we're going to simplify it. We're going to try and make it simpler, but unfortunately, the simpler thing has not led to a good result, and so now Leech is it's a bit of a problem.
It's brokenly overpowered or worthless. There's no between.
Are we fine with telling people how it works now? We could go into it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, all right. So basically, the key thing that we're first changing is we're going to a single source method of doing Leech, which means there's only one Leech buff active. So whatever is the biggest hit that you did, you're only leeching from one place, and that obviously then means that we need to change all the balance of Leech and everything like that to make that work. But it does mean that. There's a difference between there's more of a thing with life gain on hit versus Leech is a thing between fast hitting and slow hitting builds. Higher hits are going to lead to more Leech. But the other thing we're changing as well, and this is just kind of to retain the idea. So one thing we liked about what we had was that when you get more Leech percent, you do get more Leech. But the thing is that the way that damage scales, it just gets completely cracked at some point, and it gives you insane amounts. So effectively what we want to do is add a a cap to the amount of damage that Leech will consider when calculating how much Leech you get. So I don't know what that number will be. Like I don't even know what order of magnitude it is, right? But let's just say that it's like 1 million or something, right? Like I don't know, maybe it's less than that.
Yeah, it's hard to say what that number is. It's more than there's a goal of the kind of expected rate per second you get for various levels.
Effectively, there'll be a number that's like 1 million or 100,000 or some number, right? That'll be like, okay, like after when we go to calculate Leech, we're first capping your damage to that. Like, you're still doing the damage, by the way, but like just for the Leech calculation, and then we apply your Leech percent to that. And what that will mean is that it's always the case that getting more Leech will give you more recovery, right? Like if you double the percent on your character, you get double the recovery. So there's no like capping thing like that, but it just means that exactly. But then at some point, like getting more damage isn't increasing your recovery, right? And that's like the key thing that we need to
that's what you're trying to disentangle.
So, and I mean, the intention really is to sort of get it so that like a typical character who's like investing in Leech actually cares. It's like they're able to recover their entire life orb in like 3 seconds or something like that. Like that's the kind of thing, right? And yeah, you could go further than that with like even more investment, but it's probably like not worthwhile compared to other stuff. And then like other characters who aren't investing are going to get less than that sort of thing. But like you do actually have to like we don't want it to be so ridiculous that that's the only like source of recovery you would ever need.
Yeah, because it's now capped, we can give a lot more Leech early as well, because that was kind of a bit dead.
Yeah,
if you're not dealing significantly high damage.
So then we get to buff all those values. And that
obviously, some people know about Leech resist on monsters. Like currently you leech less from a white or magic monster than say a unique monster, because the assumption was you're hitting many, you're AoEing. Right. Now you only get one instance that's flat,
and then that means that Leech will be more consistent between boss fights versus not boss fights, which is another thing I think a good thing. Like you kind of can rely on that in some level.
But if you have all the affixes, you got some investment, you could anywhere between 20, maybe up to 40, 50% of your life recovery per second.
That's where you're aiming
which
for.
Is obviously still pretty fast, but and then we're removing some of the instant Leech just because obviously that's then bypassing that.
It's funny though, because I remember you coming to me at one point and you were like, either we can nerf like all these skills by 10 times or we can nerf Leech. Like that was the thing that you were saying.
It's part of the just like damage begets recovery, which also begets energy triggering, and like it just feeds into itself, and then you have characters getting 3 million% of their life per frame. While triggering...
This is part of the meta skill equation
infinite
as well.
triggering per frame, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do? And hence the 200 million DPS, like infinite recovery and immortality builds,
The Leech explanation sounds like complicated, and it kind of is on the back end, but the player-facing side of it is now just that you get a Leech percentage, and that's the only affix.
Yep.
And you get more of it, you get more. Like,
for most people, you get a mod, and now your life starts recovering. So it's honestly better than before.
And more importantly, and better than before, but also importantly, doubling it doubles the amount of life you're getting.
Yes.
There's a lot of calculation going on to achieve that.
But
the one player-facing thing that is important to know is that there is a point beyond which getting more single-hit damage is not going to increase the amount of recovery you're getting.
Yeah.
At some point, obviously, getting damage gives you damage, but at some point, getting damage is less valuable than getting more Leech investment if you are simply wanting Leech investment.
Okay. Interesting. All right. There's obviously going to be some adjustments there for people to...
For sure. It's a big change.
With the meta skills and custom crit comets and things like that, and their interactions with these various things.
For sure.
Yeah. So that's going in 0.5, this stuff, for people to figure out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go test it out. It's all fully changed internally. Feel free to go have a look at it.
All right. And with that, so like I mentioned, the part of the core problem ultimately is that you, aside from the meta skill stuff, you're... if you're recovering so quickly, then things have to kill you very quickly. Does that allow you to look at things that are killing very quickly then, once you start to feel like recovery is getting a bit more under control?
Well, part of that, that folds into the whole the defenses and everything thing. But like outliers are outliers for sure. Obviously some stuff is intended to mess you up. It's kind of the point. But, it all folds into the same, be it recovery, full life, one-shots, characters having significantly lower defenses than we anticipated, tools for getting more life via runes, like all of that folds into the same problem here of, if you're absent of all of these tools and you don't know how to do the very you know, I guess the meta strategies, then yeah, you sometimes are just going to get obliterated by things. So I'm just hoping, like, obviously that Leech is a case of bringing down the top end, but I think more the defense is bringing up the defensive tools, like i.e. body armor runes, etc. Runic ward, everything. All of this is going to help contribute to ideally things feeling more fair. And of course, as expected, though, if anything's just like one-shotting you and you don't think the telegraphing's enough, you just let us know, because, like, you know, it might be on our radar, but it might not be on our urgent radar, and maybe we need to do something about it. Like, we have improved a lot of these things, either via increasing telegraphing or lowering damage. Like, we had problems with a whole number of skills, especially early. I'd say the number of those is dwindling, but they're still there, and obviously we might add some new ones on accident. But, you know, just keep telling us about that stuff 100%. It's not the intention. I mean, the important thing is things feel fair, less so than damage one way or the other. So, you know, if you're getting insta-killed by something you couldn't even see coming, that is a problem. We're obviously adding a ton of new pinnacles and all of that, and we're going to do our best to get everything as well telegraphed and as, you know, the correct damage output and everything. But, you know, we miss things, and if things feel unfair, just raise the alarm.
All right. With that, we'll change topic a little bit to Endgame, and I've seen it getting asked a lot about with Temple going core. Is there any major changes there to how Temple snaking works, especially?
We had to get rid of the snake strategy. It caused a lot of problems.
Yep.
We actually had a solution for the snake strategy, the proper solution, as it were, that we wanted to do right after the league launched. Like, it was actually I was actually on holiday, and like I was like, okay, I need to like fix the snake strategy. But the problem is, the one that we came up with is that we felt like it would be a mid-league nerf if we deployed it. Yep. So we made like a few band-aid fixes, but it wasn't really the correct strategy. And ultimately, what the snake strategy is it comes about because there are rooms that the game wants to delete, but it can't delete them because it would disconnect the temple.
Yeah.
And so what we've got as a solution to that effectively is that if that would happen, then it will just create an empty room there that still connects it up, but isn't the room that you had there before. And that just means that there's no incentive to kind of do those weird strategies anymore, which should result in all of the weird, really broken stuff from happening. Yeah, like, you can kind of take it more at face value because you don't have to worry about this like particular way of organizing things to be able to, you know, to be able to do well.
And to be clear, the current like snaking is resulting in what we deem as 1,000% unacceptable levels of item drops.
Yeah,
like,
the item drops are out of control due to that.
Out of control.
But there was just there's always the situation when you've got the stuff where, like, we would love to nerf it, but you can only nerf something like that if it hasn't gotten too out of containment before you nerf it.
Yeah.
Because the moment that people feel like, oh, like 10% of the player base have like gotten, well, then I can't do it, and like you're pulling the ladder up behind them and that kind of stuff.
Exactly,
like, it just doesn't feel good. So
the whole thing.
We just sort of had to let it be. And the thing that sucks about it is that it can make people's perception of what the correct level of item drops is to be incorrect, and that can then mean that, like, when we don't have the like bananas temple loot going on, that people like might not be as happy with that. But it'll be a thing there, like, you know, one league down the line after they've forgotten about that part. it'll be okay. But yeah, like, that was it was out of control and we didn't love it. That being said, like, there are also some. Did you get the extra reward stuff for the reward rooms? Is that
we've done some buffs to the reward rooms.
So basically, just like if you play it conventionally, there's some buffs to the rewards when you're like for the stuff that was like pointless to do before. So in particular, the reward rooms that you get for killing the architect, like, those weren't good enough. We want to make sure, you know, so people weren't even bothering.
There was a strategy where people were using those to like get quick at Zeri runs and stuff as well, and we fixed that problem. There's a bunch of algorithmic problems with like how rooms get deleted or decide to get deleted or swapped that have been changed such that there's not like some of these weird, you know, they got to the point of being honestly a little bit exploitative to the point it's like, oh, I hate that I have to do this thing.
We certainly don't want anything where people feel like I have to do this weird thing that I don't enjoy doing in order to get the most rewards. Like, that's the key thing we want to. Yeah, because of course they will do it, right? Because that's the most rewards.
Couple cool things. The Atlas tree now applies to the temple.
Cool.
Right. The whole thing. And we're obviously relevant. There are some cases where obviously there's no summoning circles in there, you know. And obviously it has its own Atlas tree now. now that it's core, and its own entire quest line on the Atlas, where you can go there and do the thing.
There's
and
a place where it physically is.
It's like you get all the points, and there's parts of the tree that are blocked behind killing the architect, so you're getting like little unlocks and stuff like that.
There's supposed to be little districts in the city where like you kill the architect, and now this district is unlocked, and you can go in there and little things. There's just little things.
Sort of exploring that. Very nice. Yep. Production, could I request a brief intermission for us so we don't have to rush the rest of the endgame discussion? How you guys feel about just having a quick 2-minute break?
Sure, if that's what you'd like to do. We've never done that before, but all right.
I know, we've never done that before, but we should. We'll be right back, folks.
Okay.
Thanks.
You drank too much coffee. Anything about swords? There's no new classes this patch. There never was going to be a new class this patch. That was never the plan. 1.0 likely will have at least one new class and 2 new acts. But this is more of a massive endgame patch to try to get the endgame into a state where it's better. So that the endgame is in a good state for the 1.0 launch. What's the new best build? Well, there are a bunch of balance changes. They mentioned buffs to armor, buffs to evasion, nerfs to energy shield. And then, who knows, besides that, like for actual skill balance changes. A bunch of bug fixes to various stats that didn't work on certain skills. Until we get patch notes, we're really not going to know. But he talked a lot about like defensives in the tree, armor evasion in particular not being entering up to spec into, deflection is bad. But I don't think deflection is going to be fixed until 1.0. Based on everything I've seen. It's just like deflection is just... It's just bad in its current state. What evasion needs is a way to scale its max hit that is not energy shield. Deflection doesn't do that. It's just a second evasion roll. So it existing is just kind of pointless. Yeah, I mean, life is an answer in Path of Exile 1, but in PvT you can't scale your life in any meaningful way. But 100% would be good. Yeah, basically for deflection to be a good stat, it needs to like disable your energy shield and be able to reach 100%. And like that's your alternative way of scaling max hit. Something with respect to the whole Atlas tree. My very first thoughts are that I'm a little concerned about the lack of customization when you do something like that. But in this game, like your customization comes from tablets, not from the Atlas tree. So you're gonna have like the full Atlas tree complete, and then you're going to modify your loot with 2 different systems. Like tablets and these Atlas Mastery dudes, which are somewhere on this page. This page is so fucking long. Here, this stuff. So you get 3 of these 12 nodes, and they have a bunch of nodes from like the old Atlas tree for scaling certain things.
Firstly, I'm very happy to see that the world looks like an actual world now.
Yes.
It's an atlas, an actual map. It's where you go and do exploration. So is this kind of the goal for the outset when you were making this whole world map style atlas from the beginning?
Well, okay. I think that I didn't realize when we were making it the importance of having those fixed locations, like knowing where things are.
Okay.
And like, so it's like we wanted it to feel like there was a world of stuff to explore, but I think that we did make a mistake in not necessarily like realizing that, it is important that you can get your bearings and that kind of stuff initially. So having the fixed points like has worked even better than I expected, honestly. Like I was a little bit worried it would make it feel like too samey every time, but honestly, it's really cool. Like in all of those points of interest, like I don't know if we really showed it, like how easy it is to sort of get to the things, but it's usually to get to one of the league things. It's only like 4 or 5 maps away from the sign location. Like when I was first showing it to you when you first arrived, like like you do just go. Like I started with it just all fog of war there, and I'm like, okay, if you just go down this way a little bit, then you get into the breach area, and if you just go like right a little bit, then look, there's these abyss cracks here and stuff like that. So that's really cool. And the other thing is as well is just like the fact that there's like a giant ocean to one side means you just got your bearings. We're like, okay, we're on the edge of the continent here. Like this is where we are, and we did even try to sort of think, okay, well, like in the physical Rayclast map, like this is the direction in which like all of the the temple of the Zeri's temple and everything of Laraval was, and like so we're going to put it in that direction. We try to sort of like have our bearings so that all those things are sort of like have some kind of real world analog, which is pretty cool. And there's even, if you go far enough into the ocean, you will find Oriath over there.
I didn't know you were going to say that.
Which has the beast the apocalypse is there. So it doesn't actually do anything. Like there's not a reason, but it's like we wanted it to feel more like this is actually
wait for
like
5 and 6 for that. Right?
Yeah. So it'll change later once we've got the rest of the campaign in. But
that blew my mind though. That you can just go in the ocean as long as you pick the exact right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of more of an Easter egg than anything. The fact that it's there, but we do want it to feel like it is Rayclast that you're exploring. That this is like like things are at least broadly where they're supposed to be, and like while it is the biomes and stuff like that are all randomly generated, like what maps are there randomly generated, like the initial layout of where the landmarks are is really nice.
We're gonna have like a world first race to Oriath or something like that.
I don't know, maybe
expedition race, so you can get over there first.
Yeah.
That's really cool. So I think before when you first started Endgame, you just kind of ran maps and it took dozens of maps for anything to kind of
happen. Yes, I agree. And now we want that to be way shorter. So like the first time you open the Atlas, like there's towers that rise out of the ground, and like there's a quest marker right there to do that. But you don't have to do that, right? You can go a different direction, and pretty soon you'll run into like a breach or something, and then you'll be an NPC. Like within 1 or 2 maps, there'll definitely be an NPC telling you, "Hey, look over here," and like it'll appear in the fog of war. You'll see there's a quest marker. You're like, "Oh, right, there's something over that way." Like that's the kind of experience that we want to have of like feeling like you are exploring, like a kind of. Like, I guess it's more of a sort of, it's funny because it's a little bit, in a way, it's sort of a bit more like that sort of open world game design that you would get from a kind of open world game, except it's on a kind of like Atlas level. So you need to be thinking, get that feeling of like, but there's points of interest and stuff to find and that sort of stuff. And not only that, but we did want to make the kind of the infinite part, like once you have done all the quest lines, the infinite part needs to be more interesting too. So now what we have is all of the leagues are adding Atlas mechanics, right? Like, so you've got things that, and I guess that's one of the other things I really want to make sure people are aware of is like all the leagues do have things that interact with the Atlas in interesting ways. So like, you've got the delirium fog thing where you're spreading fog over and the positions of things matter and where you pick to do it will matter and
actual
like that sort of stuff. Actual abyss cracks that close on the Atlas is really cool. Like I really like that one. That was one of those that people thought I was a bit crazy when I suggested that one. But, it's one of those things that's just it's just really cool.
No, it's crazy.
So it's fun to come up with those kinds of mechanics for leagues and think about how they can escalate and so on. But it also adds like another sort of deeper layer to everything too, because one of the big issues we had with all of the leagues was that they had kind of like their mechanic, but they didn't have like, and here's how the mechanic changes and here's how it evolves, and like there wasn't kind of a lot of that going on with those initial 0-1-0 early access leagues. And it's really adding all that extra depth that like makes an actually interesting thing. And like part of the reason why we identified that is because like when we came to write a quest line for them, we're like, well, there actually isn't enough here to write a quest line for.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Like there just kind of wasn't really stuff enough to do. So it's like we have to add a bunch more to make it so a quest line is reasonable to do. And so the quest line actually sort of drove in some ways, like the making sure that there is an evolution that happens across the course of every league. And I guess that really does set the standard now for what you have to make a league for PoE 2. Like that it's going to have things like that and mechanics like that.
It seems like you're really trying to min-max the breadcrumbing here in particular, because like you leave the town of like literally the second map is a tower, and then like 3-4 maps after that is the gate of the giant fortress.
Yeah, exactly, right. Like, we want you to get to that stuff quickly, right? And the funny thing is that it also, like what we said earlier about how the different sort of amount of time it takes for like the average player versus what people believe is the average, like it really does need to be that minimal number of maps to make that happen, because for some people, like they're taking a long time to complete maps, right? Like, like if it's taking like 7 to 15 minutes in some cases to a map, like you don't want it to be multiple hours of gameplay to get to the first.
Even that's fast by the average.
Yeah, and it's like we don't want it to be hours and hours later when you finally get to one of these things. So it really does need to be just a few maps. And obviously, if you're a fast map runner, you're going to just blaze through that real quickly. But you do need to sort of consider, what that experience looks like if it's the first time, because a lot of this questifying stuff is for people who don't even know what's in the end game.
Yeah.
Like an issue you'd have with a first time player before is you'd go to in the end game. It's like, is there even anything out there? Like we don't even you don't even know, right?
Yeah.
It's like you need those kind of like a few guideposts to even get you started to be like, okay, well, like here's some stuff that I might be able to find.
Yeah, and even if you don't go like that tower into the fortress,
No, you can
like,
go another way.
literally pick any direction. Like, because that was the thing that surprised me the most when you were showing me by kind of like revealing the map was like you literally can't pick a direction and miss.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
you will-
Exactly. You will hit something no matter which way you go.
Basically, it actually made like the Ray class situation look. This Ray class situation is crazy. It looked pretty dire. You're like basically surrounded on all sides. There's like you look one side and there's like a giant breach for conquered areas.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a
like-
freaking abyss over there.
We just
Freaking fortress
wait
pops
till
up.
like 5 years from now.
I know,
What
right?
the heck?
Because now, whenever you add a new thing, you add it as a spot on that.
And we're probably gonna have to do a bit of rearranging to make sure that the newest
imagine.
stuff is like close to the center, and there's like the ring outside that, which has got some of the lesser known stuff you can kind of snake out to get to.
Like weird passive tree situation where there's like stuff further out and stuff in closer, and that's that is going to be wild. But it also kind of helps solve that problem a bit because like I sometimes I go back and I play like a game that's been around for a long time and. The way that usually they're like 10 years worth of content is presented is like a giant menu.
No.
And
it's definitely much cooler that you find
very
it.
difficult to engage with that. But here it's physical places in a world. So it's kind of almost solved by the fact that you have to travel to them to start interacting with them in some capacity.
Yeah, I would say so.
So it's kind of a nice solution.
I mean,
for that as well.
but yet all of them do have events that will occur that will direct you there and like reveal it on the map and show you that it's there as well. Yeah. If you do find that in the so you sort of get quests.
We have a few things as well though. Like it's a lot. But I also don't want people to feel like, oh, I have to do all of it every time.
Yeah.
And there are different ways. Obviously, I think we mentioned the way to shortcut the fortress completion. Like, if you just want to, obviously, there's a big grid, a tree of nodes, right? So you can go like path of least resistance. This is if you're good.
Yeah.
If you know what you're doing, you're repeating, good build. Like, just beeline towards that, go to that, go to that, go to that, kill the bosses, kill the pinnacle, right? You've now done the quest line. And now just go out into the infinite and go and farm, or maybe go do one of the other leagues, or two of the other leagues, whatever, and then go out and farm. And every time you then get a set of citadels, you kill the thing, you can then auto-complete a section of the fortress.
And that unlocks a big chunk of passage.
Like ding, 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 and complete all the maps, and you're like, all right, sweet, there's my 15 points, allocate. And so you don't have to just like hunker down and sit in the fortress for like forever.
Yeah.
Right?
We were really concerned that what would happen is like you'd kill the boss and you're like, oh, now I have to do all these maps in here like to just finish it off. So we wanted to make sure there was a shortcut for that stuff. So if you didn't do all that stuff while you were going there. So if you're a new player and you don't like burning through the tiers that quickly, that number of maps is intended to be the number that you'd need to be able to do for like a sort of an average player who hasn't done it before to be able to tear up to get to like to get to T5 to get into this part of the fortress and then
If
get
you're doing
to
everything in that fortress.
exactly. So like it's kind of designed to be like for the players who are normal, but if you're a player who like really knows how to tear up really quick, then you can just like beeline to the quest objectives really quickly and get through that very quickly. And I guess one of the things that we wanted to do as well, even just for the regular leagues, is like if you're like an actual like a player, like we sort of imagine it's like a night of gaming is what it's going to take you to like do one of the quest lines.
Yeah.
Like I mean, I don't mean like a like half an hour. I mean like like a solid night of gaming.
A couple hours.
A few hours, right? Like of gaming is enough to kind of get like a sort of a fairly reasonable player through one of those quest lines.
Yeah.
And then that's kind of that can be like your goal for the night. And then the fortress might be like a couple more initially, but I mean for the good players, they're just going to be able to they can obviously get through the stuff really quick because they know how to burn through every map really quick and that kind of thing.
So with the fortress, so how many roughly passives is there on that core atlas tree that you want?
It's more than 300, I believe.
Okay, so that's like 300 maps within the fortress.
No, but it isn't because some of them give you more than 1 point.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, so we actually initially had it, so the number of points on the tree was the same as the number of points in the fortress. Oh. But the problem was that we found that
that's a ton of maps.
Yeah. Like the number of maps that was too many.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, we need to do some like things here so that the atlas tree can be bigger than what the fortress is.
Roughly know what it is, like 100, 150 or something?
I actually don't remember what the number in there is.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number.
But yeah, like we sort of wanted to make it so that it wasn't onerous.
There's a few options there as well if we want.
Yeah.
If we want. We haven't yet, based on testing really, is technically it doesn't have to be every map gives you a point. It can be the first X map give you point. Like as in technically you can fully allocate the tree
And then you
and
could avoid some
complete it.
layouts or whatever you don't
It's
like
just
as well.
if we needed to do that, we've got lots of levers to be able to flexibly just go, okay, this is like way
We
too
don't want
long,
the
and-
fortress to feel like a chore, though. That's like really important.
Well,
so we're
that's what I was going to say. Is like I was a little worried that would be the case, but you showed me that there's these little icons over the top of the maps, and that wasn't all of them. Like what was shown in the footage was actually you hadn't done the list yet. It was like half of them or something. But what surprised me, so these are adding like things like, every rare monster in the map is an essences, or monstrous treasure, or rogue exiles are fighting each other and you're hunting them down and stuff like that. So all this other cool stuff. And what I was surprised to learn was that these are actually all individual unique things. Like there's they're not being repeated inside of the fortress.
Yes,
There's
the
one
fortress,
of each of those things.
exactly. So all of those mechanics are things that, there's one-offs. And so if you auto-complete that part of the fortress, you're effectively losing that for this run. But they do appear out in the infinite as well sometimes to kind of make the infinite farm part like kind of more interesting.
But this is like really interesting. So like even in PoE 1, as good as that endgame is, which is really, really good, is it kind of takes like 30, 40 maps before you start getting like stuff to being in your maps all the time, right? You've got the scarabs, you've got enough points, but here you've almost created like an end game atlas area of maps that you can do, but that's preloaded with scarabs
effectively,
almost,
yes. And then as you do that, you're effectively then loading it more with the atlas tree, so that when you do the infinite farm, you've kind of got more of that stuff there.
So when you run out of that, then you've got your passive tree fully filled out and everything.
And the passive tree does add a lot, and of course you allocate all of it now, so it's like changed quite a lot how the passives work. We have had to do some work to the on the level design side to make it so that the maps can support more of the of those kind of mechanics and so on as well, because like you've got like especially after juicing and everything, like that can be quite a lot.
A bit too much, was it?
Speaking of things like the completion, there's a few other little bits where people are like, oh, I've got to do every league tree. Like that's a lot, right? Because that's the same thing. You don't want to be too chore-like, but reality is. There's a few changes around this. So let's say you do the fortress or you do the infinite and auto complete it after doing the quest line, and then you do just delirium. Now you can run 3 delirium tablets and it will scale all 3, and you can just go do that for the rest of your life. And the thing is, people will be like, oh, but breach can randomly spawn, and then I have to get the breach tree, otherwise I'm not invested in it.
Yes, we have changed how this works.
And once you're so effectively your area can support 3 leagues, and juice versions of it. And so when you force 3 delirium tablets, it won't spawn other leagues.
So effectively, by putting a tablet, what putting a tablet in does is lock what that league will be, thus preventing the other leagues from spawning, which means that you don't have a situation where by not doing a certain league, you're losing out on potential juicing, because you've effectively made sure that like you're going to get the specific content you want. So you can do that, or you can still leave it wildcard by using the generic
irradiated. Or says will wildcard the leagues.
Can you still mix and match? Like,
of course,
so you can still do
exactly right. And
you could do breach delirium if you want 2/3 breach, 1/3 delirium. You can do whatever you combine it.
Like a greater level of control over this previously.
But what it means is that if you just want to all in on 1, you can. If you want to all in on 2, you can. If you want to go 3, you can. And if you want to get them all on wildcard, you can do that.
Awesome. Okay. Yeah. And part of this that I was a little bit worried as well, that you were like the physicality of the map is really cool, but I was a bit worried that the downside of that would be that you'd be removing this ability to focus on things.
No, but you definitely can.
Yeah, okay. And in particular, I was worried about the breachstone thing, because I was like, if you want to use a breachstone, you have to find one of those things on the map to put it in. Does that mean you can only farm a boss if you physically have one of those locations on the map?
But no, all of the pinnacle keys are all tradable, so you can do that stuff.
And if you have 20 of those keys, you can just do the boss 20 times.
Yeah, exactly. So the bosses are all in the so each of the leagues has a kind of hub that where the leagues, and that happens like in its physical location, right? So there's the and the hub is where you use the pinnacle keys in order to fight the pinnacle boss. So that means that if you want to do them back to back, you just go to the hub, run 120 bosses. That's fine.
Once you've done the quest line 1, you can then farm it as much as you want if you trade. The other thing that we've done is, so breach is unique in that regard, because in order to kill the penultimate boss to get the ticket to the ultimate boss, you do need the biome. Now you can buy the key after. Right, that's completely fine, and you can buy the breachstone, but that one is unique in that you do need to go find those biomes, or someone has to go find those biomes. So that one is a bit unique in that regard. But for some of these leagues also, for example, simulacrums. Like you do deliriums, you get this grand mirror, you apply the fog, and there's a simulacrum in there. We do still drop simulacrum splinters, and a lot less of them. And once you finally get that item, instead of that item now just going in the realm gate because that's gone, what that does is allows you to turn a map into a simulacrum on your atlas.
Oh.
And so that will give you an extra key. And so there are some ways, the expectation is that you complete the quest line and experience all that before you complete a simulacrum. But later in the game, when you're farming, there's actually alternate ways to get access to more of these. And so we have that for a few of the leagues. I can't remember exactly which ones do and don't because it's asymmetric. But yeah, some of them are like trying to counter that. So it's a thing with Breach where if we're finding a Breach stone versus Breach biome imbalance, we can do a thing where once you've finished the quest line, you can start getting splinters towards pinnacles without necessarily having to do that. Or maybe there's some other mechanic where you can create a Breach biome, in the fog of war that way. So mechanically create it, reveal one that definitely was there the whole time, and go over there and do that. So there are tools we have to be able to do all this, but yeah, Breach is relatively unique in that regard. The others are less problematic, but just trying to have different ways.
One of the things that is fun with those ones though is that there's reasons generally to pick one area of the atlas versus another. Like they're kind of subtle, but like we should have tried to explain that with the delirium one, where there's certain emotions that only come from certain map boss classes. So what that means is that you're like, okay, if I want to be able to get this emotion, then I'm like, I want to find this type of map to put it on. So then that I get that. So there's little hidden things like that the
biomes actually matter.
Yeah. So there's stuff like that we can do too.
Cool.
And so yeah, picking where to do the Rite of the Nameless can and where to do the delirium things like that. Ideally, that stuff should be something you actually do have a little bit to think about. Because it can affect the rewards a little bit.
Yeah, right. Wild. Okay. Yeah. Now, it's impossible to say, put an hours of gameplay estimate on Endgame for Path of Exile because it's, like you said, it's so variable. But how would you say some of the Endgame milestones for Period 2 now, line up with maybe the milestones from Period 1 that we're a bit more familiar with? So, for example, getting to the Fortress Pinnacle boss, unlocking your full tree, so getting that full clear of the Atlas if that's the clear goal. Filling up those nice new progress bars for the league mechanics. Where do those kind of pan out?
So it's definitely intended that the kind of like completing the fortress is supposed to sort of be analogous to doing Atlas completion in PoE 1. It's like a kind of similar thing. That you're the similar type of goal.
It is almost like a PoE 1 Atlas on the map.
Yeah, a little bit like that. So
if you can get enough tiers, it's 45, 50 maps to kill the pinnacle if you can.
Okay.
Right, which is honestly not, that out of control. No, that's not Fortress complete. That's that main quest line complete, right? Yeah. It's, you think you've got a big square with 2 ramparts. You're just going up to this thing, up, over this thing, up, and then to the middle, and then out to the back, kill the thing in the middle, right? And you just follow this path, the shortest path to it. If you can do it, go for it. It's fine. It's entirely up to you. Which again, good players generally will be able to. 40, 50-ish there. And as you said, the ziggurat to the fortress wall, pretty short distance. It's right there and then right there. Let's say Breach. I'm just giving some examples just to give some people some context. Breach is the closest biome to the ziggurat, the closest start. So you just, if you went tower, what is it? 5 maps over to Breach.
Nah, it's less than that, I think.
4, sure. Then you do a few breaches. You don't have to do that many. She gives you the first breach stone. You use the breach stone. You do. You can probably minimum 1 hive, 1 sky hive, and then the boss. Now, this is the problem that we run into a bit here, where I have level restricted the bosses.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can actually do this too fast.
I don't want you to just do a tier 3.
It's tier restricted.
Yeah, tier restricted. Tier, not character level, yes.
Yeah.
As in, you do need some waystone period. So if you just go shortest path there, you're probably going to find you don't have the waystones. But if you know what you're doing, you can obviously get pretty far pretty quickly. And then you can kill the breach lords, and then you can immediately do the pinnacle as soon as, because we've level waystone tier restricted the penultimates. But that's breach in the fortress, whereas over to the left of the ziggurat you've got breach, slightly further across is delirium, so +5 maps. Even that maybe ritual +5 on that. You know, like a +5, and then the what is it, 8? Honestly, it's probably only like 8 maps you have to do, 9 maps or something within each. And I'm talking like absolute. If you're just zoom into the end, you know,
so, like the early versions of the Endgame, the thing definitely burned me out was just like the sheer amount of time it took to just travel through maps. I was even like coming up with theory crafts for like ideas of like, well, what if there was only these travel maps that are like really fast? so it seems like there's just so much less of that now.
Yeah,
like,
definitely. And I mean, like that's the experience you're going to get if you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, it's going to take longer because you're like, okay, I need to be able to put up this. I'm not juicing it as much. I'm not doing all this.
Well, at
stuff,
that point, when you're in that position, you're focusing on the actual content you're doing, not like your goal so much, because you don't have the experience of that anyway.
Yeah.
King's March is a bit further away.
It is. Being on the coast, it kind of, if it had put it too close, it would have restricted the other things that can go there. So we've got like a sort of slightly longer lines to shorten the distance to get to King's March.
Oh yeah, so it's not as many maps.
Yeah, so it's not as many maps as what it would be for the normal conventional distance.
Right. Yeah.
But it is a couple of extra maps further than some of the others.
The cool thing is, because it's now quest lined, as soon as you get to King's March, you're given the first logbook.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah.
So you just instantly like reveal a whole section of ocean, start mapping.
Islands.
You're getting 15 to 20 maps per logbook, give or take. You can, if you did just want to explore, like let's say the logbook you placed didn't spawn the chase thing you're looking for, you can just shortest path to the edge and then reveal another, and you can go
check another logbook and
up
go
sideways. Up it's just a big grid of squares.
Are the logbooks tradable thing? Like if you want to blast through that?
Yeah, the quest ones are not like.
Obviously,
which, by the way, you get your first logbook. It spawns a guaranteed island with a quest marker. You complete that, it gives you your second logbook.
Because the start's questified, right?
So therefore
you can get through those bosses and stuff like that with the first 4 logbooks.
So it actually takes you all the way to the boss as part of the quest.
Because, as I said, because now what we're doing is every single quest line takes you to the pinnacle boss. Right?
So,
like there's no randomness in the ability to do that,
Because it is the active league, in particular, the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle is more maps than some of those other biomes.
Right.
Because it also it doesn't have a tree, right? Because it is the active league.
Right.
And it has just a lot more generally going on in many different ways. So it itself is a bit more, there's more going on.
But then when it's not the active league, we can then, like get that to be more like in line with the others and that kind of thing.
Oh man, I'm so excited for this to play it so much. But funny thing is though, like I heard you talking about very recently, this idea of like it's actually good to have a quitting point. Stepping off point, and this seems to be tackling that problem.
So that was another big thing when we were designing this initially. Is like, so I mean, and at this point we were literally just looking at Steam reviews and being like, okay, like what, like on a more meta level, like why do you get a situation where someone's like, game is terrible, 400 hours played? But like what leads to that? You know what I mean? And honestly, we're like, one of the big problems is like there isn't an obvious point to stop, and like eventually any end game is going to get boring eventually, right? And if like you didn't have a point of like you felt like you were done, like if you've got a place to leave, then you're gonna then the game's gonna eventually suck for you. So like we have to be like, we want to actually get you to feel like you're done, and part of the way that you do that is you add more objectives that like have progress bars where you finish them and then you're like, okay, I'm done with this now. And so whether or not you want to do all of them or not, the key thing is that there is a point where you finish the fortress, you've got all the points there, and like there's progress bars, and like there is a point where you do, you finish the league, there is a point where you finish all of the other league mechanics around, and then and then there's, for other people, there's challenges, right? Like part of the reason we wanted to add challenges in this one was to see like there's quite a lot of people who just like the thing that their goal for the league is finish the challenges and then I'm done with it, and so it's like it's just another one of those things that PoE 1 had that can give you an objective for yourself so that you know when to quit, because ultimately the goal is like we want you to play when you have a great time, but we want when you decide to leave that you come back with a plan to play again next league. And so long as we can get you to that point without burning you out, then you're going to be wanting to come back and play again. So it's like that. It's just one of those really important things that PoE 2 just didn't really have, because it just kind of petered out into like into nothingness. It didn't really have like this. I'm done with this now.
Ultimately, it's just about having cool core goals to shoot for, like, and then you've got nice clear goals for that now. It's probably like Fortress plus like a specific league mechanic.
Or maybe you want to do all of them, or maybe you don't, but the key thing is like you get to that point, when you're done with it, and we've got those progress bars that can pop out the side so you can sort of see at a glance, like here is my like in-game completion of like how much of that stuff they've done. And you also know, by the way, that when you do finish that progress bar, that you have seen all the major content that the league has to offer in terms of like, you fought the pinnacle boss, and there's more uniques you could get and more things you could farm, but but you know, like that stuff is really extra stuff. It isn't really the core of the experience of that. So yeah, that's part of what we want to do.
And at the same time, for the people who never quit, the the infinite atlas.
Of course, we want to make sure that stuff is better, of course. But you know, like at the end of the day, like it is still important that
infinite atlas significantly better.
Well, it is way better. Yeah.
Way more chase drops to get.
Yeah.
And mage blood. You know, like it's so much more crafting that you might want to min max. Like there's just a ton. And you could be like, I'm gonna go farm the land. The not ocean.
Okay.
You're gonna
wait, farming mechanic confirmed? Is that what we're talking about?
You're gonna go farm the infinite land.
Time to retire down to a nice life of farming.
And then the next day, I'm gonna go explore the ocean and just logbook, and do all of those. You know, like different choices, different axes. That's also important and cool. I'm gonna go do breach this day, and the next day I'm gonna do delirium, and the next day I'm gonna mix them all. Well, you know, like
it seems super easy to change like whatever it is you want to do if you want to mix a match now. So if you are focusing on expedition, like there's nothing now to stop you from going and focusing on breach for a while instead. Right?
And of course the fate of the Vile Temple, right? Like it actually is unique amongst the others in that it doesn't have an Atlas active mechanic because the temple is its own whole building a dungeon vibe, and so it still is a tree. It still appears in maps. It has a tablet. All of that. But you know, instead of now like doing the progression on the Atlas, the meta progression layer, you're doing it in the temple, right? Just with less snakes.
Excellent. And the new Atlas tree design supports this idea as well, where this core full tree is like a full completion thing, which is cool, but also like your initial reaction to that might be to kind of like worry that, it seems like it kind of removes some player decision. But you have some specific things.
So that is something we're really worried about, and but I'll explain also why we did it in the first place. So we had this problem where designing the Atlas in a way where you don't want to constantly respec really handcuffs you in terms of what kind of nodes you can add. Because if you want to add a node which is like, this cool thing happens when you're in forests, it's like, well, now if you're not in a forest, you're like, it's a waste of a point, right? So effectively, by doing full allocation, you can now say, okay, well, I'm not wasting any points. Like they do different things at different locations, and it means that we can just be more interesting with the bonuses.
And they can be way punchier.
Yeah.
Because we're not like worrying about so much about the balance of that. So then when you're doing your initial progression, when you're picking stuff, it's more about like, you know, what stuff do I want now versus later. But the issue with that is you can't add difficulty if you've got a full tree. So we're like, and you still wanted the idea of having a build for your character. So then we're like, okay, we're going to solve this in two ways. One of the ways is we're going to add multi-choice nodes to the regular Atlas tree, so that those ones can be like, am I going to go difficulty, or am I going to go like more difficulty, more rewards, or am I going to go less difficulty, less rewards? So that example in the stream of like, okay, for shrines, like, do I want the shrines to go on the bosses, which is going to make it so that they're harder with more rewards? Do I want to make it so that when I go into a boss fight, I get an extra shrine effect, thus making the bosses easier? So you've kind of got that tweaking you can do. And so on the regular Atlas tree, you'll find things like that where the design space there is that they're decisions that you're going to want to make, but not very often, right? So it's like, you know, as my character gets more powerful, maybe I'll flick that node from one mode to the other, but it's not something that you're going to be changing all the time. So that's that design space. But then for the Atlas Masters, this is the design space of things that I do want to change all the time, because it depends on what like maps I'm facing. But then we make it really easy to change because we've got that system where you know, just a button on the side, you just pick which one. So what that's actually most close to in a way is kind of like the Jesus Christ, I've forgotten the name of even these. You know, you pick the modes when you run a map in PoE 1. What do you call that again? Like there was the Zana thing for
like Exarch and
Eater. The influence.
Okay, yeah, that thing. Yeah, exactly, right? So it's, Jesus Christ, I can't remember any more the names of the shit. But it's kind of more analogous to that in a way, because it's like before each map, you might want to consider what you're picking, and like depending on what it is that you're doing there. So that's that design space, and so those things together. But that thing there also has like, you know, like the choices that you're going to make. Your sort of Atlas build comes out.
They're kind of like your
Masters.
Atlas build loadouts. But with pre-configured nodes as opposed.
And way better than that, because like if you want to respec one of those, it's only a couple nodes, and you can do that freely.
Yes, exactly. So it's no longer but by making that not be on the giant Atlas, it actually simplifies that quite a lot in terms of being able to see that. So like at a glance, you can see like here's the choices that are important, as opposed to like the million other little nodes that kind of don't really matter in practice.
So nice not having also just like I suspect from a more player who's like you know, approaching it for the first time as well, just way less FOMO, way less like, oh my god, I don't know, do I go this way, that way? I don't know what to do. And there's still choice of how you get there. But even with the masters and stuff, you don't have to have all these respec systems with different currencies and gold costs, and then they're too cheap and not too cheap and all of that. And yet there's still builds. Like there's still Atlas strategies. There's what tablets you're doing, what multi-choice you've taken on your league trees. There's, I mean, even just what league you're running is in itself a build. Like, I guess you have this kind of like, you could be, it's more of a meta strategy, but you'd be like, I'm going for forest biomes because this league with these nodes on the Atlas tree equals, you know, some certain benefit when combined with delirium. And then you could be even doing things like, as I said, all the multi-choice. Maybe you run this master when fighting bosses, and this master when fighting or when boss chasing, this master when doing certain leagues over others, this master while logbooking. There's just like all kinds of stuff where it's like, okay, so you'd think by having the tree be fully allocation, you're like, oh, there's no builds anymore, and then it's like, hold on, there's a lot there. But
effectively the complexity there has been moved into a much more tight place where you can sort of do all of that in one go, so it's just a lot more manageable and it feels a lot better, I think.
What's the deal with like the sub trees within each master? Because they each have 3 tabs, don't they? Is that right?
No. So each of those tabs is a master.
Oh, okay.
So basically, so like one master is one of those tabs, and then you pick like the things you want for that master. But then when you change to a different master, that's like that's the choice of master you're making for that map.
Right. Okay. And it's just whatever master you have that's selected is the one that's active.
It's the one that's active. Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
so
each has the 4 rows, which is their quest line unlocks. Each unlocks 1 row and 1 point. You can take all of 1 row, or you can take 1 of each row. They're just all kind of keystone-y things. So there's a lot of, even within that, there's obviously a ton of permutations of things you could do. So.
Yeah, right. So we've got our Atlas ascendancies and all of that lined out. So the kind of like the equivalent to your, I don't know, your tier 16 plus endgame juicing now is like, go do the fortress, maybe complete like the couple leagues that you're going to focus on, get your masters done. So they have their quests. I guess they appear kind of like at certain points when you discover
those
certain
ones
things.
Like, so for example, you've got Hilda who's like sending you to kill like bosses. She'll pick maps that are like a few maps away from the map you just did as like the place where she's going to set her objective. So then it's kind of like you can kind of do that like while you're doing other things, because like there's you do have to visit her campsite first to like, to get her. So there's like a place like right really near the starting point where that is. But like that's like then her mission can kind of be completed as you're doing other things. Whereas like other ones have kind of like they're a little bit different.
Well, Doriani's tracking down the corruption.
So effectively that quest of what you had as like the quest before is now just like Doriani's like master quest.
It's his side quest.
And the places where the corruption biomes are is like hard, like in the starting zone we've put them in like specific places so you can questify going to them. Like Doriani can be like, I'll go to this one and then go to that one and so on. So like we've kind of got that stuff that so his quest line is kind of that.
Seeing Doriani's quest kind of like minified into his little master thing now makes it seem like it'd be pretty easy for you to in the future make other leagues into masters like that as well.
That was what I was going to say next. I was immediately like, someone who's looking at this damn well knows we're going to be adding more of these.
There's going to be more of them for sure.
Effectively, more Atlas classes get added over time based on different new themes. Like because we've tried to have Jado, Order of the Jinn. Their whole thing is like, getting powerful artifacts out of the hands of the villains, and so you get a vibe there about what the types of nodes could be or should be, where you've got Doriani, who's like a powerful thaumaturge scientist, so you can get, you have all these different characters, and you have just the classic, I want to kill bosses, Hilda, who's just trying to like kill powerful beasts, and so you immediately can go, okay, well, not that this is confirmed, I'm literally making this up as we go, but it's like, well, you got Pharaoh, who's the rune seeker trying to learn blue shapes.
Could be
Maybe that's a master when he's not, if it's core or not core, depending on how things go.
Like goes on the Atlas is a big thing. Like you've got these options now for how to integrate things, which as exciting as this is to play now, I'm excited for the future of this as well, because it seems like
it'll be a lot more.
It's much easier to see.
We designed more than the masters that we're even putting in here. We just didn't get time to do them. We had some ideas there.
Excellent, good to hear. So it's like you guys could scroll down a little bit more on our Q&A. We can move to the next part. Thank you guys. with the traveling around the map, so towers still kind of exist scattered around, and does the Grand Project still exist as the way to kind of like teleport after you've done a tower?
It does. How does that work now? It works some way. There's a bit of a change. Not to like nerf it, it's just like there's a way about how it needs to work that I can't remember the exact specifics of, but yes, ultimately, yes, it does.
Excellent. Okay. Have you guys ever considered like just making towers work like that in general? I kind of love that thing.
Maybe.
Might help with some of the discussions around. I know you're a big fan of like having nice variety in the Atlas, and certainly it's going to be a lot of that because if you're doing like one of those breach areas, you're going to be like doing a variety of maps in them. But for some people, they want to just avoid certain layouts ultimately if they can. And so in a way, like you can path around maps a lot of the time. I guess the Grand Project is one of those ways that you can kind of dodge those things too. So something worth considering. Has there been any look at layouts for maps for like unlocked layouts?
There's
perhaps?
always some of that work that's been done. I'm not entirely sure how much of it there's here, but there's definitely some. There's also a bunch of new maps, just new maps in the pool as well. There's always work on layout stuff, and they address that stuff typically. Just like the level design team just tends to sort of address that sort of stuff.
Just always
over
happening
time,
in the
like just happening in the background. They're just adjusting things. But that being said, I don't want people to believe that we're just going to devolve into just like every map is just a simple layout without any like resistance at all. There does need to, on some level, be some maps that are just like have like. Maps should have some level of identity, and like I wouldn't want to just erase it all and just turn it into a pile
all
of slop,
gorgeous all day.
Exactly, you know what I mean? So like that, like I don't want people to think that it's like, oh yeah, everything will eventually just become like a freaking circle or something. You do want to have some level of interest.
You want some interaction with some maps are better with certain leagues than others, and
that
others,
kind of thing.
Different things like that. So,
but yeah, obviously if there's maps that are just like nobody likes, like not a single person is ever keen to run ever, then we might want.
Like when I look at the spreadsheet.
You did get rid of the slow levers in all.
And if you look at like the top 40 maps in this spreadsheet, I don't think anyone would try to argue that these things don't have unique identity from each other. Like these are all very different biomes, different like fucking terrain, different foliage. They're all meaningfully different, and they're all considered okay. And these are also all meaningfully different than each other in terms of their vibes and their theme, and they're all dog shit.
I had like grim expectations for how co-op progression would work with this, but you've reassured me that it seems like co-op works well here.
Because it's really just like, how hard is it to path through the map, and how many monsters are in the map?
Give you something like a passive point or something like that. It actually completes it for everyone, and because the layout is fixed for the parts of the atlas that are important for quest stuff, it means that effectively you can all progress and co-op the atlases at the same time. So you don't have to worry about that part. But as soon as you're in the infinite farm area, now you're effectively working on your own atlases, just like how you were before. Some don't, and I'll give some examples because so the general just random map that gives gives a passive point. It completes for everyone. Now, if that's disconnected, like let's say I've been mapping and you join me on day 2, and now I'm just completing maps, you will have a disconnected set of completed maps. Right. You cannot path from those. They have to be connected to your home to be a path. So you still got a path there, right? But they are completed for you.
Oh, interesting.
So once you connect it up, you can skip over them. But the other thing is that let's say you get to the Delirium tree, you get to the hub, you do some of the maps with Delirium, those will complete in multiplayer. But then you get to the Grand Mirror. That one does not complete in multiplayer because it applies a thing to your Atlas that, if it were to just complete, would rob one of those players out of some sort of either quest or meta progression, which ultimately yields a reward. So some maps shouldn't complete in multiplayer because then you have to split up, you have to run them each in your own, and then you apply your own miss to your own Atlas. And then you can run all those, and those will complete together.
Well, the flip side of that is that the entire party gets to go around and do everyone's pinnacle boss, I suppose, at that point.
Correct. Yes.
That's good.
Yeah. So, some do, some don't. We're just...
But almost all do. It's just a few cases where we needed to make sure.
It's judgment calls where we don't want to rob you out of rewards, right? Yeah. Like, because you happen to be playing in a group and you're like, damn it, we should have split up. Or I should have left the instance before you did that so that I got it twice, We're trying to make it that's not... just stealing loot from you.
We've got some kind of rapid fire random chat questions here mixed in. Some people have been asking about like the portals for maps. So like the portal restriction, 1 portal for 6 modifier maps. Is that something you're like looking at or reevaluating, or how do you feel about that for change now at this point?
There was some discussion with it.
I think we now have it be -1 portal per 2 modifiers.
Oh, what's
No, but wasn't there something where the tablets did something as well?
Oh my god, I don't remember.
I can't remember. There was some change here.
Oh, this is actually... I wasn't expecting
there was a change here. I just...
We've changed some stuff, but the whole thing of like we don't want you to run 5 mod maps all the time because like just of an happenstance of dying. Like we've done some stuff around this. Maybe we undid that though because now we have like Atlas nodes and the master for additional revives.
There was something about that though. I feel like we did something in... There is an Atlas node that gives you an extra...
we have the master for an extra revive.
Oh, the master does it? Okay, right.
Okay.
There was something here, I just don't quite remember.
We have one that removes all the revives.
That's often what's mentioned is like people are like, 1 portal just feels like, oh man, like some BS gets
like,
me, and I'm like...
We are doing things around it. I just can't remember exactly which decision we landed on. But we did show it. We did show... Well, at least, I don't know if we put it in here, but on the, I think on the website when you're looking at the announcement page, there's a few nodes on there that you can have, and one of them is an additional revive.
Oh, great!
So it's like you could at least turn that on if you're running a certain class. But I think we have some ways to do this now, but I can't remember how much we baked into the inherent behavior versus just putting via the tree and or masters because we went through like 5 iterations here.
Yep. There's a question for ascendancy trials. So I guess there's 2 questions here. One is Trial of the Ancestors, or the third mystery.
The third one's not in this expansion.
No, but
a little bit too much content to do.
But I assume that's one of those things that you want to have absolutely in and good for launch. And I guess the second question is the existing ones. Is there any kind of plans to improve them?
We do want to improve them. They're not good enough, but we didn't get time this time. There's a lot that needs to happen.
But all 3 of those are on the cards for before 0.1.
Should be. But look, I wouldn't want anything. Put it this way: anything that's in the game right now, I don't want anything that's in the game to be bad at 1.0. So certainly, I would want to fix those other 2 trials before we get to 1.0.
Nice.
The third one, I want to get it in for 1.0. We'll have to see how that goes.
I would say that's a coin flip.
Yeah. It's gonna there's quite a lot to do there to make that good.
Doing that would compromise something else. It would, 100%, and I don't think we will.
Fingers crossed for me. I'm very excited to see this mystery third trial.
Might be afterwards, but it's really hard to say. Of course, it just depends. See how things go. But the other 2, we had a plan for. We were like, we're going to fix everything in the end game, and those 2 were on our cards as well. Because technically we want to improve the in-game farmability of them as well.
In particular, they're not really they're not something players really play in the in game that much. We want to improve that. We want to get that to be a thing that's like a viable league, as it were.
Yeah, you want it to stand alongside these other in-game mechanics as a thing that you actually want to do.
We wanted to do the core Atlas stuff first, and then because we were like, okay, we can't do this and this and this and this, and we did that, and then the and this kind of tapered off, and those were 2 things we're like, let's do those in a separate patch, a separate time, and give them the justice
you
they
might have
need.
tried to do too much at once here, but you guys seem to like doing that anyway. One kind of final topic for us here is bosses. I cannot overlook bosses. Always one of my favorite things, and you guys are getting a little bit cracked with bosses. They're getting crazier and crazier. I've seen like a bit more than I think was teased in some of these boss fights, and they're unhinged. So I guess my first question is, who is each of your favorite of the new bosses? Because there's 15 new bosses or something?
I reckon just conceptually that the one that's the ritual one,
the big freaky Bodak.
The Bodak under the ground is just like really cool. The light, like just with the darkness and the
beams on that thing.
Just and it's just like it's just really cool. Just like conceptually, as I said, like with the way that I don't know how much to spoil about that, but like the way that you bring in some entities to help you with that, and like it reveals playing with the mechanic of the light and all that sort of stuff. Like it's just pretty cool.
The tale of light versus darkness.
Exactly. So that's just a really cool one.
Yeah. Favorite. I never pick favorites. They're all.
You must pick a favorite of your children. Go on. Which child do you love more than the others?
Miller. I mean, that delirium boss is.
I mean, it's good. Finally, having the is that spoilery?
Go on.
It's good having the strange voice have a thing now. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He's not so strange after all. Or he's more strange, I guess. one of the two. Anyway, but like it's nice that from a Delirium's been in PoE 1 for so long. So it's like holy, it's been this long till we got a new pinnacle out of Delirium. But in the same sense, so is Ritual, and honestly, it doesn't really have any of the way of bosses and anything really so much. And at some point, King in the Mist became it, but that honestly wasn't. That came with the Affliction League, and so it's like this.
He's just a little guy.
It's just interesting, finally getting some new capstones to some of these stories that have been around for like a decade. Which I think is real cool. And honestly, it's just nice to be able to, like, the King in the Mist, come on, you fight him in Act 1.
I know, he went from being like a pinnacle boss to a campaign boss now. It's so good. Like, your bar has elevated that much.
And then you get it again, you're like, Pinnacle of Ritual, and it's King in the Mist again. And didn't they kill this guy in the first act of the game?
He's a side boss.
He's got a new skill. It's like, it's just not good enough at all. Obviously, it's more than, I'm underselling it, but it is clearly just not good enough. And so I wanted to be more ancient with it, more primordial with it, like things that are just beyond your comprehension of power, and just like holy, we're on a
couple of them look a bit mind-bending in that regard,
but not also just like OP human. Those are cool. Like technically Tang Mizu is just a OP human. And there's such a cool little storyline there, and people, I can't wait for people to see that, because there's actually a cool story link between Ritual and Delirium. Not that mechanically they're overlapped, and you get to see some of the origins of how he came to be who he is, and you might feel a little bit sympathetic for him, or you're just like, nah, I don't like you. You just make me see crazy demons and stuff. Or maybe you're like, I love that you make me see crazy demons and stuff. I don't know, but I just love all of that. Like, I like that we're finally putting a bow on some of these things, finally getting to the end of these. Well, I wouldn't even say it's the end, right? Like, it could be the beginning of something new as well. Like, that's the whole point but
something you'd be a bit more proud of. Absolutely.
100%. It's like, it's a bit sad that just that Olroth guy, that, who as a character is cool, but as a, boss fight, it's just, it was clearly just a rip from PoE 1, and, it's like, here's this new thing in PoE 2 with this new epic new how we make bosses has obviously evolved over so long, and we're just taking this thing from several years ago, and it's just the pinnacle. And sure, we redid the effects and gave it a fresh coat of paint, but it's just not the justice they deserved. And so
that's I would love like a mini documentary, honestly, on like the process of how you make a boss now. Like, how does it actually go? Like, how do you get from like the original concept or whatever to the boss now that has like 40 skills and is crazy?
There's kind of a few ways. Sometimes where it can be driven from 3 points. One can just be purely like narrative, let's see what we can come up with. Like, the campaign is way more narratively driven design of bosses.
Right.
Like, we kind of know who is going to be the final boss and story before we develop the boss, and thus then it goes to concept and through the art pipeline. That's probably a more standard pipeline. But honestly, I would say a good half the bosses, and for example, and you're not going to know this, and it almost undersells it in a way, but the Expedition Pinnacle boss, like the Runes of Eldur Pinnacle boss, right? That, which some people saw some silhouettes of and whatnot, but that thing is like this giant, massive, horrific creature that's just like, resembling a spider, and that was initially just a random mini boss in Act 5 that we were going to do.
Yeah,
and the area kind of evolved to the point where that boss didn't fit anymore. And so we were like,
well, whenever we're looking at we're doing league design, we're often looking at some of the assets that we've got around, and then like it can actually inspire design for some of the stories as well.
Yeah, you like look at this cool
so
thing.
we sort of look at this thing, we're like, oh man, like what if we looked at the mix between, what if Elysium and Corruption were to come together and mix, and like what that would sort of result in. Like, you see this thing, oh, maybe that could be, and then once you've got that, you're like, okay, maybe if we change this model to kind of be more in line with that, we can then like look at this and be like, okay, like, and sort of create something. So having those constraints when you're designing a story, and then like seeing like some other stuff can actually really inspire quite a lot of creativity as far as like designing the storyline as well is concerned.
You go back and we're like, like, partly it's also like it's too epic for this just random Act 5 area that's like an in-between, it's not a key story boss, I guess is what I'd call it. And not that those shouldn't be epic, but then you take it and you're like, all right, let's make the limbs out of Verisium. Let's add this. Let's add this. Add some magical power. We can do this blue glow here. Add some more flesh. And by the way, and then we tell the modelers, like, by the way, we're going to 3x the scale of it. And they're like, oh geez, the resolution of the textures might not hold up. So they're like, there's all kinds of stuff like that where we have to do. And then all of a sudden you've got this and obviously when you make something that big, you have to, if it's already animated, you probably have to reanimate it, right? Because the way it will move needs to be different.
Big things move slow.
Correct. Especially if you want some telegraphing that matters. So, it helps. But honestly, the way it comes about can just be honestly just out of nowhere. You just have this thing and you take it from somewhere else. You have the narrative driven. And other times you just have our artists are just working on stuff. Like normally we're very, very reactive to player demand for what they want from mechanics and balance and stuff like that. We try to be. And so we don't generally design leagues significantly ahead, right? And generally, honestly, we do not know the next league. We've said this many times before. We do not know it. So, but obviously you need time for the artist to produce all that art. And so they're just making stuff.
They're just in there making cool stuff.
They're just making lots and lots of cool stuff. And it can be sometimes we have a mechanic we want and we want art to support it. So we look through our library of just ruckus and we find something that fits. Or sometimes we're like, damn, we're like struggling to come up with a theme for a league here. We look through and we're like, oh, what do we do all this, and this is the boss and this is that. And then we just piece some stuff together, bit of retexturing, maybe some, and it just can come together in that regard as well. And so we have this just insane backlog library of art constantly being made for stuff that we don't necessarily know. And sometimes I give some direction. Like, for example, I know, and Jonathan's mentioned it, we are going to do Delve again at some point, right? So that's, as soon as I hear that, I'm like, okay, I'm going to tell the, concept artists, the character artists, and sometimes even the environment artists, it's just like, we are going to do this at some point, make sure it's there, make sure we're experimenting and thinking about what does it look like? Who is now all of the Crystal Knight, or maybe his friends or his siblings or his father or his, you just start expanding and just let them start coming up with the real epic stuff, and then it's like, what does the underground now look like? Are we still, they might want to experiment with things that's like, do we want to change how Azurite is represented because it might just look like Verisium now, and stuff like that. So we kind of have just stuff like that going where it's sometimes directed, sometimes completely undirected, just going constantly. And it just allows us to just really quickly then just grab some stuff out of the hat and chuck it in and start, assign it to either a mechanic or a theme and just unify those three threads, which is the art, the mechanics, and the narrative, which, either can come first is kind of the thing. Either could be the chicken or the egg, and it's kind of awesome, and it allows us to just be like real fast.
Yeah, awesome. Well, you guys are absolutely cooking with this. Can't wait to check some of it out. We do unfortunately have to wait a little while, but I suppose you might have a few teasers and things like that for us over the next couple of weeks to
time limit here?
Help make things worse, maybe, while we agonize over this wait. But very much looking forward to it. Thank you both for the extended amount of time for a very large Q&A.
It's been a good one. Awesome. Flew by.
Yeah, flew by. It was good stuff. I enjoyed this
first intermission.
Yeah, first intermission. Woohoo! Whopper of a league, right?
Very excited.
I couldn't make it. All right, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
See you on launch.
Let's go. I need to go back and look at one thing in the initial video, specifically in the Atlas section. I think it was pretty early in the stream.
It's out there going on.
Normal map.
It used to be right
on this node, you can
Atlas
unlock
area.
keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas Abyss, you'll find an Abyss to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we of the Val and Sarah, all four of all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All four of the leagues we launched in early access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to. So let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths, with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all 3, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them. Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven. As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your first touch. Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind.
Like that?
Like
this means you're getting 1 point for doing it.
Map around the Withered Willow features Delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of Delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, is that you encounter a purple mirror shard. Mirror shard is. If you are able to do so, once you reach, track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him. And that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains Delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start. As you do Deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well. Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels, but there are many more. Once you've done enough Delirium encounters, the location of a Grand Mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm, is revealed, but it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness.
Ghoul boss is it?
In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm.
Clear 10 Delirious maps-ish. Unlock this mirror, do this mirror, fight a double boss, apply fruit to something.
Consuming
which then unlocks like basically a chain on your Atlas, kind of like memory chains in PoE or those other things they added recently.
Of the Atlas and Fog,
and
every map you do in the Fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point you enter a new layer. A simulacrum of your memories, twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare...
You unlock the fruit, use the fruit, clear those maps. One of them will just randomly be simulacrum instead of the map, and then that gives you the invite to fight.
Dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge.
That looks fucking sick.
So, that's the new storyline of Delirium.
As
you can see, it's not only a quest line, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder. And not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a Grand Mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by delirium this way. Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. An ancient order establish a foothold in the world nearby.
I assume that's going to be like how you get all the points for that mechanic in particular. Is you just pull up to this quest area right at the start, clear the maps around the edge, do the mechanic, kill the boss, done. For
a gigantic area crafting options.
And that's be the same for all three.
Area Tritual League. Possible rich.
And I assume at the end of these, when it showed the full Atlas. This is Keystone.
Those with a name are under him, kill him, and get Aoife's body. Specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates.
That gives 3 points.
Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find. You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas,
boom, boom,
and uncover some dark secrets. Now the fortress is the first of the new full in-game storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs that always moves on. You'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain pre-kernel areas of the Atlas. You'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time. There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one which lets Asmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential. You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate to the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing in the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles?
The mini circle is the 3 little rocks that spawn a random boss, right? I still never figured out why that exists or why I would ever click it. Like it just seemed like it didn't like drop anything.
But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things.
Essence good though.
So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day. We should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They'll be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you, should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we've added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters.
Bloodlines, what?
Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you've explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder, and not only that, you'll have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress.
That's what this was.
And any maps that you didn't finish there will be...
So basically, you either go through this entire thing and full clear all of it, or you just kind of go explore, find the fragments, kill him, and then and blast it. I'm just kind of thinking, like, unless the layouts in here are like complete ass, why wouldn't I full clear this before I explore? Right? Like, isn't that the only reason that I wouldn't want to do that? I guess by not exploring, I'm not like finding extra random little things on the atlas. You can buy keys. I'm gonna be playing self-found to rush to endgame, but like that's faster. It might be. So let's say you're in this top one and you rush. Right, you go here, 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 right down the middle. You're at this thing in like 6 to 7. And there's like 15 that are incomplete. If I go do 15 random maps, I'm probably not going to find 3 citadels and kill the boss to be able to blast this, right? So like if my goal was to finish just this, it'd probably be faster to just stay in the fortress, is my assumption. It's not one boss fight, because you gotta spawn the boss. Like sure, in trade you could just buy the keys and do it whatever you want, but we're self-found, of course. And I only see 3 right here, but aren't there 6 of these things? Like the original number was 300 and something. We know they cut it down from that, so it's probably going to be at least like 150 maps in this area, and like 45 that you have to do to actually kill the boss for the first time. I'm not really sure. We'll kind of see whenever I play it on if I want to just like full clear these or go fight bosses and just like have them get
be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the origins of...
I really expect that I'm... What's the point of full clearing? So basically every single map in here gives you points to your Atlas whenever you clear it. So all these incomplete maps, they all give you Atlas points. And you have 2 ways to clear them. 1, you just clear them normally. Or 2, you fuck off, explore the Atlas, find citadels, come kill this boss, and then whenever you kill this boss, you can choose one of the 6 fortress segments to full complete. So you either just like farm it normally, or you go farm bosses, or like the normal Atlas, and then just like one-shot the whole thing. But I definitely expect that, at least in my very first complete, my very first clear or complete, I'm probably going to just kind of sit in the fortress area for a while and just farm. Just because like you
and any
can't really...
You didn't finish there will be...
Let's see this one. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So this is like, I guess it's a little more than 15. Like this thing right here is like 35, 30 to 35 maps, and you can boss rush in 7.
Automatically completed, giving
Like this bottom right one, like they barely
all
even
the
touched.
Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to
So that didn't complete these ones down here, right?
explore the fortress,
That only completed like the ones up here, not this section down here, which is still in the same like quadrant.
and instead just
Yeah,
race
we'll
out into
see.
the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the origin.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna rush Arbiter for rare tablets. Like, assuming you're gonna engage with every single lead mechanic, which when you're playing Self-Found, you typically will. You're probably gonna want to like rush Arbiter, clear the quest line for your mechanic, whatever you're focusing on first, like Abyss or Breach or whatever, to get the points for that tree, and then just kind of either farm Fortress and clear every single map in there, or go and go farm Citadels to farm the... What are we calling these bosses? Because like, old guy's Arbiter. Isn't new guy also Arbiter? But he's like Arbiter of Divinity or some shit? Arbiter 2. Or the new Arbiter's coming from? Or do we know that? Honestly, I don't know. I am unaware. Remove tablets? No, tablets are sick. Now, someone had some questions about how this works, and they thought it was row-based, which I did as well at the start, but you can see right here, there's 2 in the same row, 2 in the same column, 2 in the same row, so from what we see here, the only logical assumption is you can pick any of these 3. There's 12 options, you pick 3. You get 4 points. Do they say 4? Because all these are 3 points. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 4, because there's 4 rows. Not that you're locked to rows, but... The 4 in the Q&A, yeah. Said each row gives a point. I mean, that's not what's happening here. It's possible that's changed and that's what's happening in the future, but at least at this stage, with what's shown here, it's gotta do what you want. You unlock by rows. So you unlock a new row, get a point, but you can put it anywhere you want. Yeah, that's fair. Well, that's fair. Minions. Minions. Grenades. Bossman sounded kind of cool. Yeah, that's gonna be balanced too, I'm sure. I expect this runic and vision support to have probably some really stupid one-shot setups. Like they already showed like an item that converted, like what was it, brass dome, that gave you like 1,000 ward with like no scaling from anywhere else. I don't know how much scaling you can get. I don't know if ward is considered a defense in this game for like global defenses to work. But yeah, like this shit is likely going to be stupidly overpowered for at least something for one-shotting. And ward is like so different than it was in the first game. In the first game, like ward went away if you got hit ever. Basically, in this game, ward doesn't even go down until you go to 1 life. Yeah, I don't know if they said how you regain ward yet. We also saw on... Yeah, this jewel crafting stuff here is really fucking good. You can just force on move speed, rage. Why would 4K be 200 flat fizz? Oh, it's of cost. Oh, I see. Yeah, we'll just have to see how much you can get. Well, can't you... Like in PoE 1, you can vow diamonds to rare and then 5 to 1 them to get a craftable version of a normally uncraftable base. Can you do that in this game as well? Because like I thought that the 3 to 1 bench didn't work with corrupted things. I'm curious about that diamond there. Fucking Righteous Fire, and they made it minions. Also, this stat here gains 17% of physical as extra cold. Is this the first time that stat's been in the game? Because I thought it was always gain percent as extra cold, like global, not like forced to be a one-type conversion. Huge percent life rings. Log the fuck in. Oracle have one of those? Oh, okay. Foretold bounty. Mage blood. What? It says mage blood. It's right there. What do I think it's gonna do? I have no clue. But it'll probably be data mined as soon as the patch hits, like 2 hours before launch. If it's extra, it's worse than global is extra. Yep. I think so. But it's like meant to be more restrictive, I assume. Brutus's lead sprinkler. I've never actually tried to stat stack in this game. I have no clue how much you can reasonably get. But this definitely could make a lot of mace skills less cringe. It's decently fast, 1.55. But I think fast two-handers still were faster than like 1.4, right? And they got fuck mace skills anyways. Voices. Sinister jewel sockets. I wonder if this is gonna work for Adorned. I feel like it probably will. But who knows? They could be part of your ascendancy tree because they're like kind of next to it. Like it allocates sockets. Where is it allocating them? You allocate things in the passive tree. Like it shows up next to your character, but like, we'll see. We're gonna have an item that's a pure upgrade for every single build. Yeah, because it doesn't even cost points, right? Now, Lich is inside of an ascendancy tree. It's not in the passive tree, so it's like it's distinctly like there's some borders there. But yeah, no, voices is a big chase unique for sure. The build planner stuff is gonna be fucking awesome. I hope this is all like up to date and working before they start, so I can have this set up and ready to go. Yeah, getting a search for the Atlas is actually going to make it so much more tolerable. Then all we need is to be able to zoom out to like a reasonable amount. And for the performance to not be weird. In practice runs, for PoE2, no. I might do like one Act 4 run, like 2 days before the league comes out. But definitely not last like I'm so far from my mic, because I'm leaning the fuck back. But no, we don't do PoE2 practice runs. We don't do that here. I kind of want to do a PoE1 fresh start. Just because I did a little bit of I don't know, some pobbing. I just wanted to, because I really liked playing Impending Doom, so I kind of was like, what if I just like played like an Impending Doom fresh start? That's the CI version. Just load up like it's basically like this, pretty similar to the Assassin, except way better pops for map clear. But I think it could be neat. It could be fun. Might do it. It's like a pretty similar like DPS number to the Assassin, with just like way less poison duration. The Assassin low key is just always a good ascendancy for poison. Better than Ignite on Ellie. I was unable to make Ignite look like it was a good idea. Like when you're using a skill that by default has like fucking 4 casts per second with 0 investment, and you're already chaos damage, it's just really hard to ever not be poison. Because I think Ignite does like what, triple the damage per second of poison? But you can easily have like 25 poisons on the target with almost no investment. the poison version gets to play full defensive curses. Ignite has to play like Flam and Ellie Weakness and Punishment instead of Tempt Chains and Enfeeble. And if you want on the poison version, you can also go Punishment instead of Enfeeble for damage, but I typically wouldn't. Mapping. Both have the same cast speed and roughly the same mobility. One gets to have pops with a cultist, one doesn't. I don't know. I watched some of PAX gameplay on Ignite, and Ignite's definitely good, but Poison felt strong to me. In Gauntlet on Assassin, so surely on a better Ascendancy in base game, it's going to feel really good. That's the overall in-game rework. I mean, I'm hopeful that it's going to feel a lot better. One thing that was kind of interesting to hear Jonathan talk about was like creating these like quest systems and these like quest pinnacle bosses almost as a way to have a stopping point for players so that they feel like they've completed something and they can then log out. Whereas if you're kind of just playing with no clear preset goals, you'll naturally grind until you burn out. But it's interesting to think about because like from a Path of Exile 1 perspective, the game doesn't even start until I've filled the progress bars. Right? Like until I've reached 100% completion. That's when the game starts. But it definitely looks like, just based off of my limited knowledge of like PoE2 build power and scaling and looking at those Atlas points and how much we're gonna have to do, getting full quest completion of the 5 mechanics plus plus full Atlas completion, it's got to be at least like 2 to 3 times longer than getting 100 maps complete in PoE1 plus 4 stone. But a big part of that is just like how practiced we are at doing 4 stone stuff in progression in the first game. Things super new push to get into the game. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. No, like the way the Atlas is set up now is like absolutely top tier for that. For giving you clear set goals to work toward instead of just having this like kind of vague, okay, I can go kill monsters now. It's really, 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 really good. I could like good or bad. We'll see from the old data mine eventually, probably. Emissions for jewels, they still roll the jewel, not just craft it on. They work like a chaos orb, so it'll remove one mod and then add that one. One thing I'm not sure about, because the mod those emotions are adding are a guaranteed crafted modifier, but it's still movement speed, and move speed is a suffix, right? Or a prefix? It's one of the two. So assuming it uses old rules, it's only going to be able to remove mods on that side of the item. But yeah, it's a Chaos Orb. It's not just like a... It's not Abyss, where it's just like, yeah, here's a free fucking build modifier. They'd be fractured. Well, at least for these mods, like a, a lot of these emotions are putting on modifiers that are just like normal modifiers you can roll that are just like strong. Some of these are the ones that are a little more rare. I assume you can't have two crafted on the same jewel. So like, I don't think you'd be able to, for example, like fracture this and then chaos the jewel to get okay stuff and then use this. I assume you couldn't do that. But who knows? Who knows the rules? I think the term crafted, I think, is new in PoE too, because there's no bench there. Alright, well, we're gonna get teasers probably for the next 3 weeks. I'm not really gonna do anything PoE related until patch notes come out. And there's like a coin flip chance that I log into a PoE on fresh start in the next couple days. We'll see. But like 2 weeks for patch notes for this game, so kind of just gonna slink into the shadows.